am a hero!
I caught it on my forehead. How you guys doing today, homies? We got ourselves some exciting details coming at you here. We do have heroic shambler bopping my forehead. I should probably even make this larger. All right, next time somebody does that, we'll see what that looks like. Yeah, so today we're going to be casting some matches. I thought we were going to start right into Weekend Wage and then go to the grand finals of the Tribunal of Tyranny, which we know to be Top Ramen as the second seed and Ayud 64 as the first seed. All right, come on, we gotta align that a little bit better. Yeah, let's see. What's my natural resting position? Yeah, something like that. I think that's a little bit better. All right, that should be good. So yeah, forehead check. The forehead check is good. We're good on that. And I'll remind you this way. Yeah, look at that. Look at that bar. We got to fill that bar for our StarCraft 2 pros that are going to be trying the game out on the 6th. Show match time. Hope you guys are excited about that one.
I am a hero!
There you go. He's a hero and on my forehead. You guys know those like there's a parody of the toxic like streamer culture thing that's going on or has been going on for some time where they're like my new best friend or my new boyfriend for this stream or whatever is whoever like donates the most or gives the most subs or whatever. That kind of shit. I know my homie from Counter-Strike, Maui Snake. Shout out to that guy. He has the new best friend thing going on, and that's what he does. That's whoever subscribes to him or follows him most recently is the new best friend, and then he just cycles through them all as he grows. You know what I mean? So that's a pretty good one. That's a good one. So shout out to that. Now we've got a new idea. You're my new forehead friend. My new forehead friend. That's who you are, Drawn 1111. We do have some exciting stuff for sure today. Not just those matches that I mentioned, but also we've got some pretty cool pros playing the game. Oya and Ultra are locked in combat right about now, and so we might pop in to say hi to them and see how they're doing. I would love to see that in action. I'm also going to briefly take a look at this here. Updating to fix a bug that was reported by Cannoli. See where that one goes. But also fixed a conflict with there was an issue with the hotkey that I did not note, so I'll have to note that here. Fix mnemonic hotkey mismatch for lobotomy detonation. Only. Don't tell Ayud that lobotomy mines can be manually detonated. He has no idea yet. All right, and with that, I think we are good to go. I won't offer a prediction on this particular match here that I'm about to show you guys, but I will pop in to see what's going on, because we do have Arbuz, Budesh. Well, I guess we're coming in at the very end of the match, because... Wait, are we? I actually can't tell. No, I think it's over. Yeah. It looks like Oya's just used Empresses, so never mind. 2.25 attack speed XD. Ultra's having a good time, I can tell. Perfect. Ultra was trying to win with tier 3. I'm guessing it didn't quite work out. Very funny. Very funny. We're happy to have the pros involved, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to be here for a moment as Ultra's making an add-on. And is saying, wait, I want to try this unit. Iron Foundry Arbus. We could at least put this on the screen while we wait for them to finish up. So that'll be fine. That'll be just fine. We are going to be casting some Ouya versus Ultra if they're still playing. If not, we'll pop into something else and have to change our stream title because that would be fraudulence otherwise. They're XDing about it. Yeah, make diadem is a good one. He's already made diadems before Ultra has, so that's kind of funny. Oh, also, if they're wondering, I think they might be talking about a situation where, like the Centaur was controlled by Ouya's units, and then it died to some static defense. But the reason it died is because the units take more damage when they're mind controlled. So, I guess I could unmute to probably say something about that. But that's pretty funny. I think they were talking earlier about the Centaur dying to an anchor, but the Centaur has extra damage dealt to it when it's mind controlled, and I don't think they know that. So they're probably thinking it's weak sauce, you know?
Yeah, but like he made like I think like 7 Centaurs, and they didn't like perform very well in the fight. So they're trying out stuff.
Yeah, I can tell they're experimenting.
I did tell him, like, he's like, how do I beat up Tectons? And I said, like, well, just make tier 3. And, like,
So
he
he's
just
trying
happens
it.
to make Centaurs because,
Yeah.
okay, he likes Phobos. Phobos, good unit.
I mean, it feels a bit underwhelming when you only have one of them versus an entire tier 3 army, but he is at least making the diadems now, Art.
Yeah, I told him. Yeah.
Yeah, Empress uses the mind control. Yeah, Ultra's used this before, but he just forgets about it, I think. It probably feels like a fever dream. Like, who the hell would actually add this to the game, you know?
I keep forgetting it's in range.
It seems like it shouldn't be in. How is it in? There's no way. I must have dreamt that when I was on a Coke binge earlier. 36 range XD. Well, it's a little bit more because they're shooting from a cliff.
He's having fun with his paladins as well.
Yeah.
I know, entry.
Oh, there's the Demiurge, so that's what they're also getting controlled by. Oh, he didn't kill the Demiurge.
I mean, it's very hard to kill damage with diadems.
Yes, it's not easy. But hey, the allied, the mind-controlled paladin might do it. With the friendly fire. It's very slowly.
Close.
Very slowly.
20 HP.
Oh, no. Oh, is he dead? Yeah! Demiurge.
She's like, I mean, you had made the shittiest unit.
GG. What a mess.
I guess you want to jump into the next one, yeah?
Yeah. We'll see if they host another one. That's silly. Yeah. All right, thanks. I'll be there. All right, guys. We managed to catch the end of that little experimental session. I will need to check out the old version of pre-release, though. So that I'm operating on the same one. Is there some single-player content? Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff that's in there for single-player under campaign. Yeah, we got like we have a scenario for let's see. I gotta pop in and change some stuff up here. Let's see. Yeah, in scenario, we've got a couple scenarios there. One for Terran, one for Protoss, one for Zerg. We have tutorials for each race as well. And then, of course, we have a couple of other odds and ends there that you can check out. And I'm working on more stuff as well. Oh, very exciting stuff. What else do we have? Let's see here. Terran, Protons. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll kill the scores here. Okay. All right, just getting ready for them to pop in and see what they got coming. Should be a good time for sure. I can switch over to show you guys what they're talking about. They're having some conversations here. It was pretty funny when Oya popped into the games chat earlier and he was like, I can play some games. And then Ultra was like, he said something in Spanish. Let me see what he said. Said, ¿Qué fue, baby? It's interesting to hear the pros talk about the game balance and like figure things out. It's pretty good. Pretty good to see what they think. I guess I should probably say that I'm live. I forgot to do that. I was too busy getting the stream ready to tell people that I was streaming. What the fuck did I miss? Alright. I'm glad I missed that, actually. It's funnier without the context. Do the players rage at me when they're unhappy with balance? I don't know, actually. Not yet. Maybe a little bit, but not yet. All right, guys, we're getting into it, so let's get our predictions started. We've got ourselves a very interesting matchup here on Knife's Edge, no less, on Dominator. Let me just crank my sound down just a little bit. Actually, I could probably put it up a hair more. There you go. All right, if it's too loud, people can yell at me about it. So Oya is in the 3 o'clock position here as our Alice Blue, Arrow Protoss, and Ultra in the bottom right here, or the bottom left slightly, I guess. 7 o'clock is Maroon Terran, and he'll be going Bio. Ultra does love his Bio, doesn't he? We're gonna have a good time casting some pros, and this is not for a tournament. This is not because we got some kind of event going on where, you know, the games are going in such a certain way where the pros are like trying to make some money. Oya is playing for fun. Ultra is playing for fun. We got the pros gaming right now. Very cool. Very epic. Second gate coming up here and second stockade coming up here. So our players are going to be maintaining parity with their hot moves here, with their military-minded openers. Nobody going for the one production escape or anything. Yeah, pros playing and one pro streaming. That's right. That's right, Delta. Welcome to the stream. I guess it's a good thing that I forgot to say that I was live, because I sent the live message as we were getting ready to jump into the game, so it kind of skipped all the fluff at the beginning for those who were only waiting for the Discord ping. Ah, that I like AR. That you like AR. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Watching the pros play some Cosmonarchy. This is going to be a... I don't know how often Ultra and Oya have fought head-to-head in Starcraft 1, but it's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless. Oya has been very, very difficult to beat as a Protoss player. He will go ahead and scout his opponent, but the 4 Mavericks are out, so they will surround the Scribe and bop it easily. Not even close. Scouting 4 of those and confirming where his opponent is, Oya's Hierophant will return to his saber, his blade. That's what we call these blade. This is Knife's Edge instead of Dominator. We always rename the maps into something different so that we can have a comparison point if we make changes and stuff. And so as a result, I like to call these, instead of calling them pizza slices, shout out Artosis, I call them blades. It's so epic. We do have a Fulcrum. So I don't know how Ultra wants to play this. He's going to be a bit slower on the expand. Oya is going to go ahead and drop his. Now, in Cosmonarchy compared to StarCraft 1, early expansions can be valuable. But I'm looking at the way that, you know, you've got the worker saturation rules going for this kind of game compared to StarCraft 1. And you are efficient with mining at about 14 workers on minerals. And then every worker after that will get you slightly less returns. You know, it's like they're about a quarter of as effective, or a third as effective as the workers up until that point have been. So it's a little bit easier to get away with slightly longer one-base timings before you need to start thinking about your expand. Now, it does seem like Ultra is thinking about that, but he just invests a lot of money into the Palladium add-on, and he has enough bio here to hold the fort down. Actually, Oya even dropping a Hierophant is a bit of a surprise. There's not much chase potential for the Terran army here. When you have cliff advantage, instead of missing shots when you're down a cliff, you actually gain weapon range when you're up the cliff. So shots fired at a unit on this blue terrain on the dark end is going to actually give these units up here that extra weapon range. So that makes it hard to chase. The Hierophants also do provide a healthy amount of debuffs. When they attack a unit, they slow it, and after that slow stacks up enough times that actually it doesn't just slow the movement speed, it starts to slow the attack speed as well. So, and of course, for an extra little mechanic there, if the unit is killed while under the effects of that red attack speed slow, they actually increase the attack speed of allies to the Protoss. So in sustained fights, you can actually see the Protoss start to get really far ahead courtesy of the Hierophant. It does look like with the Star Pad coming up, and with Ultra still sticking on the one base, we are going to see a bit of a drop. I'm guessing the Cyprians, which are these sort of longer range line trace units, are going to be in that drop. And the Phalanx is going to accompany the Mavericks, so we're going to have a siege tank marine push, basically. And this push is going to work out pretty well versus the Protoss. It's going to force this position to be abandoned by Oya, or he's going to have to engage onto the Phalanx. We'll see how well Ultra protects it, and if he wants to wait for a second one before he lets loose. But he also may force Oya to abandon the position prematurely if the drop hits, and he's not aware of it. He does have a Warden for defense, so that will make it a little bit harder, but this is a map that's very easy to drop in. And we don't immediately have too much coverage. I do love that Oya is starting to set up on the blade north of Ultra's natural choke. Oh, is he going to load up the sieged Phalanx? That's another option. It does fill up the entire cargo bay, and they do have to play the siege animation when they unload from the Trojan, but they do so automatically. So that animation that you just saw there is going to have to be played before the Phalanx can shoot. That's the safeguard for the sort of Phalanx drop micro being too powerful or what have you. However, it does look like Ultra wants to push with them. Almost PVT-esque in StarCraft 1, where he would use the Acantors, right? The Protoss would use Acantors or Reavers in StarCraft 1 in shuttles. That's really interesting that Ultra's going to try this style. I have not seen this take shape before, but remember the Hierophant slow? It will apply to the Trojan, the dropship, so you will end up seeing that easily picked if you're not careful. Matrix coming up. We have the Arden Authority making the aforementioned Acantor. That's our version of the Reaver. And a Tier 3 structure, the Unitary Union, is also on the way. There's the slow. There's the slow. He's not going to get it unloaded. Bit of a miss, but he does have another one where that came from. And so they are going to go ahead and deploy. So far, besides the fact that he dropped the first Phalanx in the Trojan, we are seeing the Terran make good push over here without too much losses, without too many losses. You can hemorrhage a couple of Mavericks here and there. It's not too bad. A lot of Drakodons, that's our Dragoon equivalent. Now he's going to see if he can pressure down here on the low ground. Remember that cliff advantage rule. Does apply in this case as well. We'll see if the Drakodons want to pinch off over there. They still have to deal with that bio. No splash damage yet. That Acantor has crawled its way up. And now the Matrix is here for a little bit of static defense, but it's unlikely to stay alive for very long. Oh, you even have this little bit of a wraparound from Oya. He wants to crunch onto the bio, and now you can see him trying to focus down those Phalanx on the low ground. But as good as it was to click on that, that's not easy to click on with the Trojan over them. He still ends up losing a ton of his Gateway army. Doesn't look like he's even going to be able to steal away that last Phalanx kill. Although all but just a few of the Clerics and the one Maverick, the Lone Ranger here, are destroyed from that first wipe. And remember what I said earlier, Ultra does not have an expansion behind this. He's going to be thinking about setting one up now. But it does give the option for Oya to start remaxing. He's going up to a 4th Gateway, a 2nd Unitary, a Cilliant coming out to deal with the bio. Positron as well, pretty good versus bio. What's the Phalanx count at? We're going to have 3 Phalanxes. 2 are deployed inside those Trojans. Well, the army isn't great right now for Oya, but if it, lasts a little bit longer, you can see him dropping the Nexus, has no fear about that. We'll see if Ultra can punish. I don't think he recognizes the Protoss player that we still don't even have an expansion out for our Terran yet. So the worker lead definitely in the Protoss' favor, but the army looking very brittle, very vulnerable. Once again, going to set up shop right here underneath this position. Ooh, or does he want to try to actually deploy inside the natural? That feels like a little bit presumptuous. Now, because of this little cliff here, it wasn't scouted. So Oya does not have any advance warning, but again, anti-drop in the main base, a prostration stage coming up, and now here we go. Landing them a little bit more in the middle of the map, and you can see that splash damage really start to impact the Acantor shells, the Asiliants bouncing as well. The Phalanx is not quite able to get into the picture. Clerics can patch up mech units now as well, so that's another thing that you can think about. It's not just the medic from StarCraft 1. The Cleric also is able to patch up the Phalanxes, as you see here. And any unit that's being healed, nano-repaired by the Cleric also gets +1 armor for a little bit of time. So that's something that you can factor in for those engagements. A little bit less impactful versus Protoss. They do have a bit more upfront damage that cares less about armor than something like Biofights TVT or indeed TVZ against some Zerg units. Clarion coming out for that shield splitting. I find it to be better versus small arms fire like the bio, so might make his army crush that even more. But if the Phalanx count continues to be respectable, we could be seeing a different story. You can see Ultra loading up his Phalanxes. See what he can do with those. His count hasn't been too tremendous, and he's adding a lot of fulcrums now that his natural is set up. It was a ministry and not a treasury, so you can tell he's not going for the Taluses. Ooh. Oh, he is going to go the synthetic synod route. This means he's likely planning to go for something a little bit more aggressive, oriented towards the Empress that he found success with in a game before that we did not get to see. Phalanxes have been deployed on the blade above this mineral only. This pivot is great for Ultra. His position, you can't argue with it. The Mavericks are already stimmed. The Cyprians are going to be shellacking this front line. Oh, but all the Phalanxes collapse. They were not being protected or airlifted out, and so it was a good idea, but it feels like the Protoss is probably scaled a little bit too far up. As of right now, he can maybe evacuate. No, not even the Cyprian there. The last of the units will get out. Maybe he can use the Trojans as a scout to see what he's up against, but we see that it's a lot to deal with that Tier 4 structure, the Synthetic Synod coming. Poor Ultra. He just wants the scout to see what he can see. It's not much. Now, Oya does have a lot of money in the bank. Is he gonna? MT Asilian? Alright, well the Phalanxes are deploying. Can Ultra get into a defensive posture with those extra fulcrums? Oh. Well, we'll see it with how that changes shape. Something seemed to be a bit fishy with the Trojan movement, to be honest with you guys. Does look like the Asilians are going to have themselves a good time. The Zealots will descend pretty soon here, and that will be a lot harder for the Bio to deal with, because the Zealots have really good armor, and there's no armor rend on the side of Ultra. He's trying to set up for that third base. Going to get mining at this Nexus as well. Interpretive Dance from the Cleric, a classic move. Cleared out the position there. He's going to have to try to get a couple of bio units to swat that away. Yeah, great map vision here for Oya. I mean, he's definitely in control of the game. Mind Tyrants are currently idle, but they will be powerful spellcasters in the front lines if Oya wants to do it. He wants to make it happen. What's he going to make out of this? Yeah, the Demiurge. Okay, so it's not going to be Empresses like we thought. See, the Phalanxes are going to try their best to push out. And you know what? The Phalanx count's much more respectable than it was before. So there is that as well. Oh my god. He comes back in after the fact. It's brutal. Alright. The army move out is clear. Phalanxes absolutely out the wazoo. If this army gets crushed, Ultra's last hopes in the game are gone. He hasn't been able to set up that 9 o'clock yet. Good spacing from Oya to fall back after that. Oh my god, the one Zealot. There was all of the Zealots in the top left actually ended up coming in. So the first one got cleared, second one got sent there to kill another Mason. There we go, finally they ripped that out. Oh, watch out now. Oh, he's trying to cycle back, and there it is. Asilians have been tyrannized. So the Malefactor here is going to make it so that everything that the Asilian damages is going to be really good. It's just going to be debuffed, and then if it dies, it starts to get mind controlled by the Protoss. So let's see if Ultra has a chance here. Oh, I hate that deployment spot. Oh, that's brutal. He's not focusing down the Mind Tyrants either, even though they're kind of just lazily wandering in, and this looks like it's the crushing blow we kind of expected. Terran got way too far behind earlier. He only now sets up some vultures, but this is a slow crawl of death. Pushing forward, pushing further forward is our Protoss player. Back at home, trying to macro. He's transferring some workers away from the depleted base, which makes sense, but he just barely has anything here, so GG is going to be called, and that's a wrap. Protoss takes the game. I can't believe so many people, or so much. What was that? Somebody vote. Okay, there was very minimal voting on that one, but the 1% Oya victory comes in the clutch there. That's pretty good. GG, GG. Hey, we'll have another prediction very soon. I'm sure they're going to be doing another game here in a moment. Ooh, it's the desert map. Mass destruction. All right. Ultra V. Oh, yeah. Round 2. Well, it's actually round 4 today, but we're going to go ahead and get back into it. Oh, look at this. We have the same upper part of the map here. The top half of the map is shared by our players. Go ahead and get that prediction up for you guys on Twitch if you want to go ahead and gamble your minerals away. Oh yeah, in the top left is our Ultramarine Protoss, and Ultra in the top right is not Ultramarine. He is Maroon yet again. I'm looking forward to seeing what we've got here. Ultra has been struggling versus the... Oya has been just absolutely slapping Ultra today, unfortunately, for our homie from Latin America. The fun stuff with Oya is that he basically doesn't play that much. So the fact that he's actually practicing now, I think that's going to be really scary for anybody. He rocked up and won the show match, edged out Zeke in the first show match that he participated in. That was 4-3, a 7-game series. Then we had him dominantly defeat Wolfix and Zeke in the show match this past Friday. And now there's not even a show match where he's scheduled. There's not even a matchup where he's ready to go, where people are having him play a good game or anything like that. He's not trying to get some money right now. He's not trying to win for glory or anything. Like, there's no tournament active. Oh, he's just grinding. He's just deciding, I'll play some Cosmo. I feel like it. But very cool stuff. Mason scouting bottom right. We got the Maverick hanging out over here. It's only a 1 stockade with a Huracan follow-up. That was sorely missing. I was sorely missing out of Sir Ultra in that last game, particularly in the mid-game. So he's going to go ahead and jump at the opportunity to expand. And it will be around the same time as the expansion for Oya comes in. Oh, it's slightly off-center, but you can lift that. That's fine. Betsujin with the Cosmonarchy. I love that. That's really good. If I pronounced it a little bit more swiftly, Cosmonarchy, then it's almost only 1 extra syllable, and you can kind of make it work. I like that. Ultra's going to scout his opponent last, whereas we do have the Hierophant heading into Ultra's direction, but there is, of course, the Huracan. The 3 stammed Mavericks will be more than enough to deal with that. The Hierophant actually recalls. I wonder what's up with that. Man, just saying that, like, is recalled is what I should have said, right? Like, oh, it's recalled back to the home base. He's actually going to hunt for the scout here to make sure that Ultra can't see what he's planning. Very interesting, very interesting. Got that Nexus, 3-gate follow-up. Probably should see an embassy here soon. Well, I guess he doesn't know if it's mech or not. If it's mech, you go embassy. And look at that! Ultra's gonna go ahead and set it up properly. Isn't that so nice? Vestry coming up, so we will see the healers once again deployed. Most likely clerics. I haven't seen too many shamans out of Ultra before. I love that he's going to go ahead and garrison this position. This map has a unique feature to the naturals where there's a side entrance, but that only really happens with vertical spawns. With horizontal spawns like these, you do have another angle into the natural choke, but it's not the same thing as another angle into the natural itself, right? Wait to see. There's that embassy that I was talking about earlier, so you can make the witness with that. So that's sort of like a 3-gate obs play, but we don't actually have the fulcrum. We're skipping the tank drop this time around. I loved that Ultra tried that, but it was not quite significant enough. I think it gave him an advantage in the early stages of the game, but then he was defeated a little bit too crushingly. I think he maybe hemorrhaged too many units, and then when he attacked the mineral-only base, it was too far gone by then. Protoss setting up a soft contain with gateway units. You know, we used to see games play exactly this way. So it's very interesting to see the pros essentially fall into those habits as well. Maybe some of the Protoss were simply not good enough to do what Oya's doing, because it's not something we see nearly as often anymore. Ardent Authority at the natural. So this is going to be the reinforcement point for Oya's army. And we can see here that by comparison, more stockades. The star pad is out. Are we going to see the ant seal, as Delta pointed out? Could have been helpful for shielding units. Or are we going to see Trojans for drops? Will be the ant seal, so wants that detection. Can use it to counter the witness that we presume Oya will be bringing out. Yep, there it is. One of them already deployed. I can't quite tell if he's queued up a unit to the bottom left. I saw his camera go down there, so something to think about. Yeah, if this ant seal just kind of flies into the army, it could just bop the witness if it steps too far forward, so that's pretty good. You can see a ton of workers queued up here. Oh, and there it is. We just heard the death sound. So the witness still clocks the army movement for Oya. Maybe what he was doing there, yeah, he was rallying down here to the bottom left with the artisans. That's what he was doing with his camera. I was wondering about that. Now we know. One artisan will navigate over towards 12 o'clock to start harvesting from that Vespine. Shout out Delta, who's in the chat still. He is working on a model for the artisan, so that's very cool. The pre-stem up the ramp as the Antseal scouts ahead. There is a positron here to try to deal some splash damage, but it will be nuked down very quickly. And look at the Hurakan armor end really coming in the clutch here on that left-turn flank. Now, problem is that there are some more Protoss units kind of wrapping around all over the place. This Draken behind enemy lines was a big whiff from Oya. Not quite sure where that guy even came from. The Antseal is flying way too close to the sun, so it will be bopped. But still, this is a pretty powerful push here out of Ultra, it feels like. Oh, he's going to need to deal with that positron. Good targeting there with the Cyprians, still trying to make things happen. They have pretty good damage, so they will be able to beat back this initial force. The Envoy doesn't have anything in it. It actually is just going to soar over the battlefield. There is a Warden here. The Cyprians can't attack the Warden through these structures, but this is a good position for our Terran player to be in. He's going to go ahead and expand towards the 3 o'clock as he tries to maybe tear down the Ardent. There are some reinforcements coming out. The positron pops out. Oh, it pops out right in front of the army. Still, the Striders are out here, and I think they might be able to start overwhelming this position. A reinforcement wave is on the way for our Terran. He wants to try to keep up the pressure. I would love to see some Talos, well, he doesn't have the tech for that. Some Masons, at the very least, moving their way over towards the front line. Set up some anchors or something over here. Make it quite difficult. The Envoy has arrived in the bottom left. The Artisan as well going to start saturating the gas. When these workers harvest from a node, they just return it and start harvesting again after that. So if you're not careful, you need to scan those kinds of positions as the opponent of the Protoss and see if that's what they're doing. Once again, the Antseal actually does draw a lot of fire early on, but is that sacrifice worth it? Luckily, there's nothing that's cloaked or whatever to worry about. The Mavericks are stemmed, trying to run down that positron off to the side. Oh, it will end up getting snapped. Still plenty of power over here for our Protoss army, but there's a lot more Cyprians with this composition, and another positron rallied unto death. That Matrix is not long for this world, knocked down by the attack angle. And now the Cyprians are going to be waylaying this Protoss army, forcing them in the back. The Ardent Authority will fall. Neblyme turns in his grave. Well, that's not true. He's not dead, but you know what I mean. He wakes up in a cold sweat in Australia. And I think the Nexus is going to go down too as well. This is a very commanding lead for our Terran player now. He does have a lot of money in the bank. The workers actually hit the stop key instead of going all the way back to the main base because they know the Cyprians will just splash them. And there goes the Warden. Now they're under attack. Has to force the issue. A single Asciliant has been made. It's trying to be focused down. Oh, the Striders couldn't get in the way. This is going to have to be GG, surely. GG has to be called. Terran posts a dub. Ultra is on the board. Shout out you brave faithful who gambled, perhaps, who bet on Ultra in that particular sequence. P-Sense in the chat. What's up, my friend? Hello. Back to 10 minerals again. Poor Betsujin. What's up, Milestone? No, these are the same ones. I'm streaming with lights. I mean, there's no difference, but maybe the last time you saw me, I was streaming with a different one. All right, lads, let's get that prediction going. We're going to Punch Drunk for our next match between these two. Now we have horizontal spawns again, but this time it's the bottom half of the map. Ultra in the bottom left is not Ultramarine. I think he is Zafir. Oh yeah, in the bottom right is Tomato? Scarlet Protein. Zafir Terra. Punch Drunk, a port of Knockout. That last one was Mass Destruction, a port of Oil Flow. Very cool. Oh, got some bets on Ultra already. As a reminder, guys, we have more pro players and more general players joining all the time. So if you want to pop into our community, you can try the Discord link in the chat. Go ahead and post it again because Restream doesn't show Nightbot's messages as usual, which isn't good under normal circumstances. Ooh, Ultra's going Ministry first. And it's going to be a 1-gate into expand again, I think, for Oya, but we'll see. He does have a lot of Vespene being harvested, so maybe it's not going to be that. Arbu's having a good time here watching with us. Two stockade behind it. Worker lead is going to start coming in for Ultra, which is not something you normally see out of the Terrans in this situation. Ooh, the Hierophant will arrive first, though. And there's only one Maverick. Hold on. This could be problematic. He's got one more in production. Oh, man, this is a problem. Well, he does have to still... He has to choose. Does he fight the Maverick or does he fight the guy making the anchor? Now he's going to see the Ministry's already completed. Like, whoa, wait a second. What's happening here? Masons can turn around pretty much any time now that that's finished. He's probably going to be able to secure 1 kill on the Mason due to the slow. But still, this is a pretty advantaged position, I think, for the Terran. He does stim the Mavericks before putting them into the anchor a lot of the time. At least the first one did get stimmed like so. All right, a little bit of pressure here. But what will Oya do with this window, knowing that it's going to be some time before the Terran army actually comes into fruition, comes into check? Okay, here we go. I think he's going to go for that run-by. He's trying to orb walk it. I don't think that's the right move. Maybe not realizing how many Mavericks are there. Third Hierophant on the way. They're not as tanky as Dracodons. One thing that's worth pointing out is the problem with the anchor here is that you can say run by, but if they unload the Mavericks and then just kind of wrap around, then you're boxed in, right? And then you lose your Hierophants. Plus with the extra Mavericks coming on down. So Oya playing it safe makes sense. I like that he's setting up for an expansion really quickly. His third base is going to be very nice here. Got a Rogue Gallery coming up. Arbus wants to co-cast. Rogue Gallery. Ardent. Some good development. There's a fast Covenant. No Vestry this time around. No fooling around. Capping the ridge. Both bases. Worker count okay for Ultra for sure. Still no third base actually set up just yet for OU. Yes, Sausage. These are live games being played right now. I am not casting from replays. There's no replay bar over here. You can tell that way. That's actually the only thing that indicates that it's not a replay, though, to be fair. If you think about it, it's kind of interesting. Like, we have all the features of the live game in the replay, besides the fact that the UI is different down here in the console. In StarCraft Remastered, I don't think you get these camera positions unless you're actually observing it live. They don't save that to the replay. Just one extra feature we have. All right, let me configure my OBS real quick to also include Discord audio. Or maybe it's already included? Let's check. What's up, you?
Oh, damn. Because I have stream open.
Oh, you got W'd. I feel like the... What do we got? 6 Stockade here. The Star Pad coming up for Antseals. The big thing that I'm wondering about here is that the Oya actually had the idea for taking the third base a lot sooner, but he did delay it a while. He's adding a Grand Library now. I mean, this is my dream right now, Arbuz. The only thing he's missing is a Stargate, and then he's laterally taken every Tier 2 Protoss structure instead of going to Tier 3. Isn't that so beautiful?
I mean, kind of, but I'm not sure what he's gonna make from Rogue Gallery.
He made a Charlatan for the drop. He's got the Envoy coming in with 2 Posi and a Charlatan.
I mean, that's cute combo, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, he has one Charlatan in the combo. Oh, I missed that completely. Okay.
Oh my god, these workers are gonna melt. Well, that's a composition.
Are we?
Well, the Savants are out. He's got to scoop. Oh, the Charlatan. He's profane. The Charlatan can get lost, dude. The Positrons are where it's at.
His life is worth nothing.
Yes, that's right. Well, it's a lot of dead workers. One way to come back versus Ministry first. Oh, he's tried to dive in again. That's unfortunate. Everything dead.
It did pay for itself. It set back culture pretty far.
He's still only on 2 base, too. No mineral only, no extra base coming. Now we've got a Cantavis started, so oh yeah, definitely taking our advice about grabbing the Grand Library for that.
Yeah. With this change, Oya might hold this, but it's gonna be pretty tight hold. That's 13 Savants. But he doesn't have any Eidolons to snipe Cantavis, so that kind of boils down who micros better the engagement.
Right. Yeah, and if they're deployed because they want to take advantage of that attack speed, although I can't remember if I've seen Ultra do that. Oh yeah, he has. He has deployed them before. But if
he knows the deployment.
Yeah.
His deployment is a bit different from other Terrans. He doesn't ball up too much with the Savant. He usually have them pretty spread.
Right. Yeah, it's like if you're trying to descend upon them, like the same way you would versus like Zealots versus a siege tank or something in StarCraft 1.
All right.
Then you're gonna be a little bit split. Oh no! Oh, the Cantavis is so close.
They're all balled up. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, all right. There you go. Easy clap. He does end up killing the Cantavis, but it's way too late. It was at the front line the whole time. A lot of damage dealt. Still a little bit more efficient than you'd think at the end here because of the Omega shots, but yeah.
Backline Savants got some value, but I think because Oya did hold this push, I think Oya is in a very big lead. He did reset the Terran army, so Prot is gonna be feeling very safe, and he's already taken 4th base.
Yep.
Oh no, he's double expanding. Never mind, he's feeling very safe.
Yeah. Natural of the top right player, mineral only. He's got an artisan top right. He wants to expand there later. The witness is actually revealing a bunch of Eidolons too.
Tier 4 as well.
Yeah.
So
has he made a tier 3? Not yet. He doesn't have a tier 3 sig. Yeah.
He's not in a rush. I think he's got a feel that if you rush tech a bit too early against Terran, you might get punished for it. So he's sticking to tier 2 a bit longer, and yeah, he's stacking to tier 3 now. Argosy, I'm not sure how he's gonna deal with it. He might stick to tier 3 Argosy. He did the air stacks before. And RBC airstack is pretty strong against Terran as well.
He's thinking about trying to
might
push
be
in here,
no
but
Tektonski.
oh no. Oh no, this is not going to go well for the Protoss. Oh, he's got a little bit of armor pen boosts with the Vargas. That's pretty neat. Probably good versus the Huracan front line. Oh, the storm onto the Eidolons! Oh! 7 of them going down immediately. Good luck. Well, I said this wasn't going to go well for the Protoss, and I don't think it should have, but it is going pretty good.
He held just barely now. Yeah. Those 2 Savants in the backline pretty much saved him.
Right.
He's trying to get some freebies.
Well, he cleared the Acantors.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. He did clear the Acantors. He's getting his 4th base at 9 o'clock now. Not a great mineral count there, or not a great Mason count on the minerals for the mineral only. Yeah, adding more stockades. There's no tech transition in the future for Ultra is the problem right now. He needs to get, like, some kind of mass gas harvesting, and on this map you can't really do that. It's not like 3 and 9 actually have the double gas.
Yeah, he's doubling down on stockades, so I think he'll try to, like, power play on tier 1 a little bit longer. And he does like gas greedy trick usually whenever he goes flying worker. What's his name again?
Talos, yeah.
Yeah, Talos. Whenever he goes Talos, he really likes Ninja Expanse, but whenever he just uses Masons, he's usually a bit more conservative with the expansions.
Yeah, because he knows that if the bases get attacked, he can just fly the Talos away to safety, but he can't do that with Masons, right? So he's a little bit more cautious. He's done a good job getting back into the mineral, like the worker count here. It's not nearly as bad as we thought it would be after the opening.
I don't think any workers died to that attack.
1, yeah, this is negligible. And he's been macroing pretty well with the 4 Masons in pop. He queues a lot, but that's about it. Ultra has so many... Like, has so many workers and so many Huracans back at home, but Oya just, his production tab blots out the sun, dude. I
mean, one of every unit, be ready against everything.
It's true, that's Neblim's preferred strategy. Demiurge on the way. I love that, you know, he was making units and he's like, yeah, I actually don't know which one mind controls. Oh, that Eidolon just gets face tanked by the top right base. Dude, Oya hasn't even put the workers to work yet. There you go. Dude, APM is too high. Not right this moment when you look at it, but in general. His efficiency, dude. He's efficient.
He's saving up it for later, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I liked when Cannoli quoted me saying his questionable APM. Oh, he doesn't know that there's no Eidolons there. Spooked. I called his APM questionable, or his mechanics questionable, and then he just screenshotted that he had 0 APM at the time, and I thought that was really good. I wasn't even looking at that. I was just talking about the fact that he wasn't really doing anything.
That's 6 Cantavises, so he's pretty safe against snipes.
Yeah. He remembers playing, you know, versus Zerg, having to worry about a lot of them. Oh, he can claim some Ahmed. All right, here comes the 2-pronged assault here. Ultra trying to work around the splash damage. A lot of his army off to the right side is not going to end up getting too many good connections here, but now Oya has to cycle back and consolidate. Where is the splash damage on Ultra side? He doesn't have any, really. It's just the long shots there from the Eidolons. Now he's going to have to retreat on the western flank. And the north is trying to collapse in, but he hasn't even been able to kill the Demiurge. Well, maybe he can heckle the base over here at the top right natural at the very least and force some issue. The Monument of Sin has started.
I guess the final...
Didact coming.
Is he gonna try to recall it to turn base?
Dude, does he want to do the trick shot? Does he know about it?
I don't think he knows.
That is advanced knowledge, to be fair. Somebody told Kasuga about that, and he did it in like one of the first opportunities he possibly could.
He only recently, I think, learned about the glassing cannon. I don't think he knew it like 3 days ago or something.
Oh,
When
interesting.
was the
Stones.
previous show match?
Friday. Oh my god,
Yeah,
these storms are so
thought-
good.
That's a blanket if I seen one.
Huracan's just exploding. You think he didn't even know about the glassing back on Friday?
I know because he asked me for some help day before, and I showed him what
okay.
it does. So we're like, oh shit.
I see. He didn't get a chance to use it, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, he's made a second monument in the meanwhile. He's kind of boxed out the Terran army. He's got the cliff advantage, but there's nothing really over here. To be fair, there's a lot more. Oh, he's going to try to focus on the Didact. That's a good pick. I mean, this army was dead anyway, so I guess that's pretty good.
Might as well.
Now he's going to try to stream into the mineral only.
Yeah, it's very rarely Terran Bio gets outnumbered by Protoss, so in that case it was pretty doomed.
Yep. Well, his army's going to actually be able to pressure the bottom right, the mineral only, and the top right natural is under attack now by the...
I think Mineral only survives. I don't think they close in time.
Yeah, the army has returned, and he's also split some of the army off to the top right, so it's a good attempt from Ultra, but he's basically losing all of his army to try these pincers, and he's not getting any damage dealt. Now, he has a huge workers waiting to saturate top left, and he's making the mineral only at there. He might stumble upon 12 o'clock, but we basically have entered split map situation here. The problem is Anthelians. Anthelians are coming, and yeah, it's just versus Terran Tier 1.
17 stockades. I don't think it's a good unit against Anthelian, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he has enough Eidolons, he will get to a point where he can just one-tap the Anthelians, but is he going to know to do that? I don't know.
You say that. Another thing I said about Oya...
Oh. Speaking of Oya.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what happened. He probably got hit with that.
Crash?
Yeah, he probably got hit with that. I built a monument, and then I tried to cap my gas.
That's a very specific way to crash your game, but okay.
I don't know if that's true. He might just be having a lag moment. But yeah, he's typing, so I'm assuming he crashed. Yeah, that's devastation, dude. Absolutely devastated.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Got Metzen. Yeah, retconned. But if you make monument, you don't ever cap my gas again, just in case. Unfortunate. Oh.
I have different version on Oya.
Yeah. I updated the match, so we're gonna have to do that.
Dating game midstream. It's a new
You know
level.
how it is.
Very productive.
Hey, game does get some pretty frequent updates. You know what I mean?
I mean, that does sound very good.
That was a win for Oya, I think, too, yeah. But still, it didn't technically happen, so we do need to... yeah, we had a return point. Devastating. The humble geyser claims another life. Yeah.
Okay, I did guess what he wanted to do.
Oh yeah. It's maximum power. That's pretty good. No, Shambler, don't join the lobby. It's gonna lag. All right, Ultra's back. Let's go. Jan, if you want help with SCM draft, join the server or join starreddit.net or something. I'm not helping you your technical problem out in the middle of my stream that is completely unrelated to that. The starreddit.net Discord server would probably be a better place for help. You need an MPQ editor. No? That's what would fix your issue. See, he's learning. He's comprehending. All right, will Oya be able to generate maximum power? Only one way to find out. He's our green Protoss in the bottom left, and Ultra is the Scarlet Terran in the top left. Borrowed his color from the last game. After this game, I'll ask Oya for his error file so that we can maybe track down the issue that happened to him. Because we thought we were already going to have that fixed a while ago, but only a partial fix. Only fixed it some of the time. Ultra's not going to go for his ministry first, though. Sad. Could have been so good.
Gonna be a one-stack kid expand instead, probably.
Yeah, he's going to scout the wrong direction at first, but that's okay. We've all been there. I feel like with Oya's like mining on the Vespene, where he does 3 workers early, he gets that Hierophant going, and then it does seem like he wants to go for his expansion after, but a bit later than it could be because of the fact that he's got a... like, he's investing so much on Vespene harvests.
I think the reason he does is so he usually gets second gate sooner, but he made only 1 gate this game. So there is only 2 workers on gas right now, so kind of not sure what his plan is. It might be just like inefficiencies in a build he'll adapt later.
Yeah, it could be. Bit more even split this game. So far on stream, we've seen, what, 1-to-1 Mass Destruction was a win for Ultra. Knife's Edge was a win for Oya. That game looked like it was definitely a win for Oya. The Anthelian Doomstack didn't quite get a chance to resolve. But then our betters got a chance to gamble. Different style. This time around, the Scribe ends up hitting the base instead of the Hierophant, so we are going to see the Worker Scouts get owned. I kind of like what some of the other players have figured out. Like, if Terran goes mech, they scout with the Vulture. Like, I think it's fine for Worker Scouts to be a thing, and on Force-bound maps, you do kind of need that. Oh, you went second gate straight into capping his Ridge in the natural. Oh, and now he's going to run by. Isn't it so funny? He was able to do this on in the game when
I guess he got more brave this time in comparison to the first game. I don't think it's gonna do too much. I think it's a bad move here.
Well, it was funny that he was able to do a little bit of damage with it on the game that Ultra went Stockade expand instead of Ministry first. That's just funny to me.
I mean, yeah, that's fair actually.
Just being annoying. This is like running Zeths around your base in ZVP.
Yeah. The only problem, it's quite expensive, Zeth.
Yeah. Well, he got 2 of them, right? It's a pair. 2 from 1 egg. There should be an April Fool's mode where you can make Hierophants out of an egg, and it's just, they look so silly as they birth. They emerge from the cocoon.
Oya should be safe, even though he lost 2 Hierophants, but it is usually pretty dangerous to lose 2 like pretty big units so early. If it was 2 Stockades, he might have been in trouble, but I think he'll be fine for now.
I would also like to point out that I love that he's decided to prioritize the Sedent, but it gives you the same gas as the Geyser, and he's just not mining from the Geyser. So he's fixed it now, but that's really funny.
I build it, might as well use it.
Yeah, yeah. He's pretty good. Going up to 4 Stockade, a 5th one actually, just got added. Maybe a 6th coming soon. Yeah, it looks like it.
I think he'll try to do Cyprian Bust again. Something like what he did in the Mass Destruction.
Yep, yep. You still like that map, Arbus?
Yeah.
Nice. We've started to
I generally like maps which like are not very standard looking, but they're not crazy maps. You know what I mean?
There's some unique quirks, like the vertical spawn side entrances on Mass Destruction or whatever.
Sort of like that, but it's less about quirks. I think it's just artist's mind. I just like when the shape is different.
Sure, yeah. Plus, it does lead to some novel army movements, so that's always more fun sometimes. The real deviations are going to come up pretty soon here because Jujic and I have been working on Starcraft 2 map ports for the Starcraft 2 show match that's on the 6th. We should have 3 maps coming up pretty soon. One of them is already out. It's Tsunami, a port of Oceanborn. I'm working on Magnetron, a port of Tokamak, which is a current ladder map. And Jujic is working on a port of Everdream, which we do not know the name of yet, but those are like looking at StarCraft 2 layouts and trying to adapt them is definitely more of an artistic process than a technical one sometimes, because how do you really do that with such different geometry?
Yeah, I haven't like watched StarCraft 2 in a while, but I remember it had like lots of small ups and downs with
yeah. That's definitely the case. They got a lot of ramps, although their cliff advantage isn't really as impactful as StarCraft 1 or Cosmo, so that does make you wonder. Now, there's like 13 plus Cyprians with this army. This is a big Cyprian move out.
Yeah,
Cantor, though,
might be in danger. It depends how this Cantavis Storm will go, pretty much.
Yep. He's got the Cantavis. He's got the Cantor out, too.
7 Hierophants will not beat this many Cyprians, so it all depends on this Cantavis.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, he's right out in the front, but he's not being focused down. There we go. He does end up snapping the neck. It's still kind of dicey. A lot of those Cyprians are very wounded, and this little forward vanguard of the Protoss army is going to work out very nicely. Narrowly avoids losing the Cyprian to the dodgeball. That one will connect. Nice. I love the little synergy between the Hierophant tagging and the Cantor's slow-moving projectile there. A little bit of pressure, but nothing too crazy. Kind of resets the army size of both players, but the tech is coming. You know what I mean?
What is Oya making? Ah, he's not taking yet. Okay.
Thinking about it.
Ultra seems to want to keep pushing. More reinforcements are coming.
Ah! Oh, they barely
That's
survived.
a big shot. Yeah.
Yeah, next one will be big. The Cantavis not reinvested into, I noticed. Oh, there is one, actually. He's just kind of trying to make sure one Cantavis will do the job. I mean, Cantavis and Cantor is just a ridiculous combo, and they're both, like, butchered Latin words into... Oh, it died immediately. Oh, my God. Just diving onto them with the Cyprians. Well, a couple shots will come in, but...
But he's not microing it away.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would have been a very different story had those three Cantor shots not connected on the same sort of ball of units. But even still, he's applying a little bit
will
of pressure.
cancel this expo.
Yeah, Maverick's coming in to
Just
reinforce, so
enough
there's no
Mavericks,
crowd
I
control,
believe.
yeah. Oh, there's a Positron coming out at the very least. Is he going to focus it down, though? Yep, instantaneous. Oh, but look at the Strider stack at the bottom, still working. Airlifting the Servitor, that's cute. I didn't expect that to come out of the Envoy.
I guess I was wrong.
Well, look at that. Oya still has 2k minerals as well. He's been slamming out the units that cost him Vespi. Now he's starting to switch into, like, Zealots. We saw the Servitors earlier, adding a ton more gateways.
More gates.
I've been waiting for Protosses to start doing this. You know, you got so much minerals, especially on this map where you got that mineral-only base. Start working in the gates. One of the reasons why I think we don't see as many gateways or, you know, stockades or fulcrums or whatever in Cosmonarchy by comparison, or even like macro hatches, is because a lot of our maps don't have mineral-only bases. But if you add those in as a more mainstay aspect, you're going to get way less Vespeed. You're going to need to start scaling your economy a little bit differently.
Yeah, that does happen more often on mineral-only bases on occasion.
Yeah. Mass Destruction's a little bit tricky because they're low-ground mineral-only, so people just ignore them a lot of the time, but that's probably something I gotta tweak about the map specifically. So we have a Cantor and a Cantavis. How many Masons can you kill with one drop, I wonder? But Ultra did catch that, I think. Setting up 12 o'clock. Both players kind of taking the counter bases from each other. No big deviations in there yet. Oh, and Tier 2 very quickly here for Ultra this time. More heavy into the Harakans. He hasn't made the Covenant yet. He's kind of doing, like, Mav Cyprian as his backline instead of, like, Eidolon Savant or something.
Yeah, it's less gas heavy, so he has extra gas to get Atlas.
Some good static defenses coming up on here. It should be more than enough to slow things down. Oh, and we have the Vibrance coming out.
Oh, they might catch it. They might catch the Envoy.
Oh, there we go. That had 2 Cantavis in it that time, and the Acantor. That's brutal. He thinks that maybe bottom right has been taken, but we know that's not the case. Still might descend upon the static defense here. Yeah. Just testing the shield integrity on the Nexus there, Oya.
Oya
I'm sure
made
it works.
Vibrance. Does he know how to use it?
We'll find out. Anseals are definitely not being used correctly here by Ultra. Both of them going down immediately, but I guess they reveal what's ahead of him. So he stims down with a big stack of the Mavericks. He's got a huge army. A little bit clunky to try to put it down this ramp, but it's working out so far. Cyprian still existing on the high ground, gives him a little bit more power.
There's only one Cantavis for OE.
Oh, but it's a big shot, and we don't see any snipe potential. He's just going to try to stand through it, and he will eventually bring it down. I don't know. I guess he can break through those last 2 Wardens, but this is a really tough choke.
There's Cantavis pulling up. He might hold it.
Let's see. Going after the Nexus. Trying to get the armor down. Oh, he'll get this Aquifer at the very least, but at what cost? There's no more Hurakan. Kind of a hard time with that Vibrance if it ever shows itself. But he'll cycle back instead. What do we got for units? Oh, he's still rocking that almost 4,000 mineral float. Maybe wants some more gates. Captaincy coming up here for Ultra. They'll probably make a few of those. If you can point
Second
to 3,
unit
you can
Union.
call it a trend. Oh boy. All right, we do have that Cantavis here as well. He's going to retake the Aquifer. Oh, and he's going to try to set up here at the 3 o'clock. Very nice. That's a base you wouldn't think to check as the Terran, I think. Especially after you've already, like, positioned your army here. Anseal flies over the natural.
That's hiding in a plain sight situation. It's so open, so you wouldn't mind to check it.
Yeah. Well, the Anseal's already dead again. Now he's going to try to pressure this position again and force this army to stay at home. The Vibrances haven't shown themselves. The Cyprian, or the Cantavis rather, will only now go down, but there's the Vibrance, blocking shots. Oh, big storm on the bridge as well back at the natural. Looking like, even though Ultra's attacking everywhere at once, it's just not quite enough power to bust through. Those Vibrances staying alive as well. Nothing over there at the 4th base. But once again, Ultra reposted, but he will take top right. He's slowly saturating 12 o'clock. He actually has more workers than his opponent by about 6 or 7, so looking pretty nice there.
A little silver lining for him is that he did reset some tech units for Protoss, which is the main part of the Protoss army.
Yeah. That's true. Guildhall and Tinker's Tower coming in. He wants all the add-ons for those captaincies. Making a lot of Cyprians, so his gas bank is not as high as it could be. And look at how long Oya's production tab is, man.
Yeah.
Pushing all the buttons. Making all the things.
Cute.
Got some architects coming up, more servitors. He just wants a little bit of speed boost. Big worker transfer over to the 3 o'clock base as he tries to set up this mineral only. He's also taking bottom right main. So even though he's likely going to have to cancel that, doesn't cancel it, doesn't need it. He's got 3k minerals. He sets up the bottom right nexus.
This move was very good at buying a lot of time for Ultra. He needs time right now for tier 2 to kick in.
Correct, yeah.
Because if Oya would have attacked right now, I'm not sure if Ultra would have held it with just Mavericks and Cyprians.
Yeah, a lot of Protoss units flocking up there to the top right. He also is going to set sights on this bottom right main, but I don't think it's quite going to be canceled. Instead, just making sure to set up his own bases. We're seeing a lot of macro going on here in this game, that's for sure. Oh, he pockets a couple of units. I don't think Oya noticed. Maybe they can kill some workers later on, but they're definitely not going to be able to kill the Nexus itself. All right. Some apostles have arrived, but I don't think they're quite what we need. And there's a Monument of Sin. Oh, baby. All right, Oya, don't cap your gas. Don't do it, Oya. It'll happen again.
I type in him.
I just messaged him. It's like, what the fuck? Why is that such a weird instruction? If he even noticed it, right? Also, it's sometimes his like instinct. There's a second monument. Now he emerges, but there's a zealot with this group of scribes. So I think
never mind, it's double monument.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he caps the gas anyway. What a mad lad!
If I die, I die.
I need this. All right. Yeah, he definitely didn't clock that I sent him a message or thought he was a troll or something. I don't know. Big amount of bio out here, but it's mostly tier 1. 115 military units right now for Ultras. He's trying to cycle through the map. Hot damn. Olympians coming out in full force here. They can do some pretty good damage, but there's a lot of crowd control on the other side, and there's not really a whole lot of range or crowd control on Ultra's side, right? He's just got, like, good mid-range units and some Hurricanes.
If he got something like Sirens, his composition would be so much stronger, I would say.
Anthelians.
Sirens mitigate this, like, mid-range a little bit.
Yeah. Don't expand again, Oya. No, you're gonna cap gas again. Oh, it's over. All right, here comes the big engagement. That'll distract Oya from capping his gas. He'll stay in the game for a little bit longer. Vibrances trying to restore shields on the front line. That's actually a pretty good use for them. There's his first storm. We got the Apostles reclaiming the dead that have already fallen. Anseal's kind of shielding over here in the middle left. Oh, wait, hold on. I think Ultra might be breaking through here. He's actually killed a Cantavis as well. The Mavericks aren't even needing to stim right now. And standing in the storm, the necromantic powers of the Terran Arsenal are on full display. And the Anthelians are not done yet, so they can't join the fight. He's trying to cycle back to that sort of mineral-only ground, which he should have taken next because that would mean no gas caps. And instead, it looks like his army will be forced to the issue.
Yeah,
as it
Oya
turns
needs
out.
to send back really, really hard right now. I don't think this army is long for this world.
No, and 6 o'clock might get stamped out as well. He only made pylons over here in the natural. Trying his best. See what he can do. Double Anthelion.
It's a ward against evil spirits, probably.
Yes. The zombie maverick is killed. I'm glad Ajujik is in the chat to observe. Well, now it's the Terran's job to float a lot of money, so it's fine. He's added mantles for Durandals. He's trying to slam out as many units as he can. He did make a Covenant, by the way. Third Monument of Sin is added for Oya.
Yeah, he's going for the Protoss Exodia. He wants to make a lot of Amphibians.
Oh, he might be able to box this army in, but don't underestimate how powerful Olympians can be, man. Mavericks aren't even being stimmed right now.
Well.
Yeah. It's taking a really long time, but the Assylians are on top now. I feel like that should be enough. Big Marine, :D. Thanks, Ultra. :D, buddy. No, he has no idea what's in. He's in for a world of pain when we get like 3 Anthelians.
Okay, he did update his composition, and I think it's a pretty good tier 2 army now.
Yeah, he's got some Eidolons mixed in there for the damage. Sirens to pull people in. Durandals to roast them. Still got some Olympians here.
And I would say on tier 2 Eidolons would be the best unit to mate out of Stockades to keep them busy instead of like Maverick. Because Maverick just clogs up your army, and a lot of Olympians sees more DPS dance.
Yeah, they can be pretty good as like chaff or whatever, but yeah, this is going to be hard. Some of Oya's army going to start ping-ponging around. Is there enough here to deal with the Anthelians? We're going to keep tabs on those.
2 Anthelians is not enough.
Yeah.
I would say you need like 5 at least.
He also needs something to deal
army
damage to the army too. Yeah, like even after the Anthelians join in, it's like Archon Toilet, but if you don't have the Archons to deal the splash damage, you're kind of screwed, right?
Anthelians themselves deal a lot of damage. When you deal a lot of damage to everything, you just need enough Anthelians to kill everything.
They're moving. Oh, I think they dudded because he lost vision of the area he was trying to move towards.
I think he doesn't know if he loses vision, they don't teleport.
Gonna need to give it a go one more time. He's gonna lose this 3 o'clock in the process. He hasn't given them another order just yet. Okay, now he has.
Going?
Yeah, they're going. They're coming in on the front line on top of the Zealots. To pull things into the front line is an interesting strategy indeed. And it does look like he's going to end up bisecting some of this army. Is it going to be enough? Because now the Terran has a superior economy. Not just in terms of worker count, but mining bases. He cycles through again. The Sirens trying to pull them in. That might have been a little bit of a step too far. We have a Cantavis up here. Well, just on the attack move, it will end up Psystorming. Get a little bit of value. The last of the Anthelians is gone, but most of the army for the Terran is executed.
Well, Terran has a second army now. But he might...
Good grief, you're right. His macro is unfounded. I guess maybe top right.
Bases, though.
Yeah.
Unless Soya doesn't notice it.
Look at the natural in the bottom right. There's no nexus. I return to Engram.
Oh, I mean, and it's so powered by our Dosis pilot as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful. All right, we have the 2 Anthelians still here in the front line, trying to disrupt what we can get here. The Cantavis not able to get a storm off. It's just going to get annihilated instead. Where is the focus fire?
Takes this, unless...
Well, he's not focusing down those Anthelians. Oh man, they were getting shield restores as well, and a big flank of Gateway Chaff coming in. Even have some golems from the lattices, servitors with the damage. Now he's going to be able to pounce on these Eidolons. This one is over, but there is another army waiting to engage. Og. This ship. LOL. I'm waiting for the XD. It's very... Listen, if only he knew how much money you needed to get the fucking Anthelian out. And he's got a big stack of Eidolons as well. They're not moving just yet, those Anthelians. Back at home,
but it's... keep resetting Anthelian count, so they don't reach the critical point.
Yeah, this is still a scary Terran army, man. Make no bones about it. Trying to pull them in again. Now, this is maximum range for the Eidolons. They're actually happy to fight from this position as long as there's something... Yeah, to keep them off. Oh, he's focusing it down so hard, he's missing all the Asilians doing the splash damage.
Got it.
Oh, the front line is crumbling here for Ultra, but he's going to try to chase him away, having destroyed the last of the Anthelians. There is another one. We've got a second one finishing. The other two are some time away. He's trying to reset that base at the 3 o'clock. Oh no, the stack was actually on a right click, so that army in the middle of the map is gone. Reinforcement's going to start streaking in. Dude, we're locked in combat. This is a long game. We're not going anywhere just yet. Two more Anthelians arrive.
This Terran army is dead, and he doesn't have one ready.
Ah, you're right. He's finally been routed, perhaps. The depletion's starting to kick in. Nothing at the main natural. The mineral only going to be mining out soon. 12 o'clock going to be mining out soon. So these top right bases are the only lifeline Ultra has right now. And he never made it to tier 3. He does not have any diadems.
Oya is gonna work raid, I think. He's sneaking witness into the base of Ultra. But there is no workers. There's nothing to raid.
Yeah, I know. It's a little unfortunate for him. I guess he could get on top of production and kill all the units that are coming out. He probably needs to wait for those Anthelians. Like, he needs to use them for the defense, but he is making 3 more. 2 of them are going to pop out at similar times as well. No Crucible for
He's going to have 5. That's a big scary number now. Yeah.
What would you say earlier to him in chat as well? 7 was like a really big number that you can get to, and it's just unkillable?
Usually I meme around that 7 is like win condition, but I never really tested how much you really need. 7 is just like a big number which I killed Zerx with. But against Terran, you might need a little bit more. Terran army is a little bit more DPS.
Oh, he's arrived! He's arrived in the main base. He's trying to suck him in there, but he's going to need to cycle back down to the actual engagement here.
Yeah, Ultra is going to force him to come back.
Yeah, I don't think his ground army can beat this.
Yeah, Terran army is not... Protoss army is not winning this without Anthelians.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, and he's losing them! Oh
no. Yeah, they're being killed in the main base. More of them are finishing up. He wanted to hold. He wanted to hold for the damage. He did kill a lot of bio, and he killed some infrastructure in the process.
Yeah, he did not kill enough, I would say.
Yeah, well, there's all the static defense here instead of a Nexus, so maybe it'll be more cost efficient for Oya than Ultra to try to clear this position. Oh, the pylon! The pylon! No! Oh, Ultra doesn't even know. He's ignoring it. It will go down eventually, though. And see you later. Your hopes and dreams dashed of an Oya victory seem to be plummeting. Even the idle army there outside of the bridge to Ultra's natural is kind of enough to riposte this attack or slow it down long enough. So if Oya was going for a counter, it wouldn't be enough.
Oya has only a single billion. Okay, never mind, he has 2, but I don't think it's enough.
Well, you could maybe try to use this in combination with his ground army to bust the Terran choke, but he definitely can't fight this army in the bottom right. See where the Yeah, the Anthelians are going to fight. They're going to link up with the ground army in the middle.
He's going to take a fight, I think. He's trying to engage on it.
Top right is occupied by Ultra. Oh, yeah, only now scouting it.
Trying to engage the splinters of Terran army.
Oh, he keeps retargeting them. I think he's got them in the control group or something. So they're not actually moving.
I think they're just losing vision and they're just resetting the movement because he retreated.
Oh, he didn't know where the army was. He kind of gambled that it was going to 3 o'clock, but it was going to 6 instead. Now he's got to get him in. Here we go. Anthelians have arrived to try to disrupt this attack. They're a little bit too far from actually helping. They need to be cycled over somewhere else. 6 o'clock is gone. Yeah, and look at this. They attack from the south at the maximum range, courtesy of those Eidolons. It turns out even tier 4 can't beat Eidolons, Arvis. Oh, top right, though. One of them does make it over there to shut down the mining.
Yeah, he evacuated 1 to work raid, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, I know. He's only got the mining base at 3 o'clock, and it's not very well saturated. Everything else is going to be depleted soon if it's not already.
Yeah, it has like 5 scribes on minerals.
Olympians will tank as many Cantor shots as the job requires, for they arise from the muck. Cataphracts have arrived as well. Dude, what an epic game. Almost a 30-minute banger, and a lot of tech was used. The Nexus is cracked open at the mineral only. The only non-depleted mineral patches Oya is mining from right now are at 3 o'clock, and it's with a very small number of workers. He's trying. He does wipe everything in the top right, including the natural.
He will have more amphibians soon. I think he will try to do like last Hara.
Yeah, maybe. That's pretty much his last chance here because his last 5 combat units on the ground are staring down Infinity Eidolon.
I mean, if amphibians jump on top of them, they'll die. They're all pretty squishy.
No, they went to the top left. They went to the counterattack instead. I mean, I guess he's not going to be eliminated because of 3 o'clock, but... Oh, the Wraith comes out.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe it shouldn't
be.
You know what? If the Anthelion didn't do damage to air units, we could actually lower its price, and then it would appear in more games. What do you think?
I think you don't need to lower its price too much. I think it's already pretty strong against ground just for this current price.
Well, the Watchdog will kill it. One Watchdog beats one Anthelion, by the way, guys. I don't know if you knew that. Needed up Tecton. He says, yeah, it's really good. Unless it's like red on top, maybe the splash damage is high enough. But... GG, well played. What a banger, dude. Ultra will take it.
I definitely not expect for Ultra to come back from that one.
Yeah, that one was tough, man. That one was really tough. But I'm very glad we got to see that game, dude. What a match. That might be Oya's last one. Let's see if he hosts again.
I am a hero!
OP Tecton is much needed. What's up, Aoud? What he needed was cheered Malefactor Anthelion. Holy shit.
That makes me think. Can you actually recall Amphibian with a Didact?
Yeah. It's kind of silly, but you can. Xenolith or Didact can do it.
I mean, yeah. I'm just thinking, how do you get like both Amphibian and Mind Tyrant in the same place? Because Mind Tyrant can't really teleport.
True. That is true.
Would it break the link though? Or it's link's the infinite length?
No, so it's infinite length to keep the link going, but you have to be within a minimum distance. If you know what I mean? Like, to get the effect. So you don't get any benefit if you're too far away.
I guess more cheaper solution would be just have an envoy with Mind Tyrants following the Amphibians. Just drop them.
It's kind of epic. All right, Ultra is going to get some TVZ practice versus Shambler. I don't think this is going to end well for Shambler, but I could be wrong. See? Those were some real bangers.
I definitely had fun with that last one.
All right, guys, we're going to switch in, and I'll change up my overlay in a second here, and then I'll get the Gamba going. You know how the process works. It's a process. Honestly, though, Arbuz, I think that is maybe the first time we had, like, it's a milestone of a moment, because it represents the first time that we had it represents the first time we had the pro players just happen to just walk into each other and be like, hey, you want a game? So, like, not for a actual practice for a show match or something, just because they wanted a game. So that's pretty epic.
I'm trying to remember if it happened before, but I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, like, there's no show match scheduled for Oya or Ultra.
Yeah, they just do it for fun. That is a pretty good sign.
Yeah. Plus, they give me balance notes and all sorts of stuff. Like, you know, I mean, XD. That's a good note.
If you ask anyone in Cosmo, I think everyone can give you a list of balance.
True, yeah. We all know that. All right, guys. Gamba's up. Ultra in the sort of 3 o'clock here position is our, I'm going to say mahogany, but it's Auburn Terran. And in the bottom left, the 7 o'clock position, we have the Shambler as our Black Zerg. Jet Black Zerg, in fact. Hydra first for him. He likes that versus mech, but he probably won't have as much value versus the Stockades. However, you never know, all right? He could just kind of go Core here if he wants. He's going to make a Hydra first. I have not seen Shamblers play recently, and it does look like they're going to scout each other pretty fast, so... Shambler did end up trailing Ultra's worker back home. Ultra scouted him after Shambler scouted Ultra. So. A little bit of a short unit move out here. He does see the Hydra then. Does he know what it means?
I think he wants to contain, but I don't think it will work.
Yeah, the anchor's already on the way, but the Hydra's out. This is a situation where I don't think you'd normally see a Zerg player make a Hydra first, just one of them. You know what I mean? Like, they wait for their production to finish. But it's pretty neat.
I think if you're going Hydra, I think you always want Hydra first, because it's a little bit longer than pull. Otherwise, you're very... Otherwise, it would be... I think it would be like auto loss if he made Laravosk first and then Hydra. This way, he has Hydra just in time to defend against like any early shenanigans.
Meanwhile, he's trying to BM the pro player, which I don't think is going to end very well. One day, he will actually lose that best of 9 versus Neblime, and then he won't be able to be BM anymore.
Is it forever or just like one?
No, technically it's only during tournament games, which is unfortunate. But most of his BM was actually localized to not tournament games, so it's not much of an impact.
Shambler is banking on Hydra, and I'm not sure I share his choice of units against Cyprians.
Yeah, low quantities, Hydras do beat Cyprians, but when you get like near double-digit Cyprian count, you're going to be able to just muscle through. This army, I feel like, is a little bit too weak to do it, though. Some Burrow Micro coming out of Shambler. The Maverick stim forward. The Cyprians have been doing a lot of damage.
Just beat it. I'll try it.
Wow. All right.
Okay. I think it's a pretty short game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Shambler's coming back from this.
Yeah, he was very late on his expansion. He's going to try to hide behind the hatch.
Those two Hydras are just nearly dead.
Yeah, not great on the positioning. He rallies one into death, and that's a wrap.
Yeah.
Maybe Ultra can type by now. He's not even paying attention. He's literally looking at his main base right now. He's not paying attention. He's like... trying to lead with the Core. Unfortunately, it's dead. Ultra does have a bit of a weird habit of not sending his reinforcements out quickly, but this time around he does seem to... He hasn't hesitated as much. I've just noticed that in general in his play.
Yeah. He did not finish the game right away, but I think he dealt enough damage to be in a very commanding spot anyway. Shambler is now locked in to remake his army. He cannot make workers. He's stuck on 13 workers for a little bit.
Yeah, and he can't tech up either.
Ultra is pretty healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really good one-base position for the Terran. If the Hydras stray too far from the Hive, then Ultra's inevitable counterattack is just going to end him. In fact, as he comes up here, he's going to take some glancing blows, and he's going to see the size of the army and that clerics have been added. Some Cyprians are... Are they on attack move? They are not.
I think he's going to try to run by.
Yeah, at this point, I think you just make... Ultra makes units back at home, and you just come in here and kill everything that Shambler has.
5 Hydras... don't think they'll do it. Yeah, no. They're not. He's not even running into the base. So
yeah.
Oh, okay, he got it now, but
yeah, but there's already like 8 Mavericks here, stims ready to go, and Shambler's multitasking isn't really up to the same level. So there goes the hatch. The eggs aren't going to finish. These Hydras have to get the hell out, and GG is called. So a very short game there in favor of Ultra. I'm not surprised to see the match go that way. But maybe Shambler will play a little bit more standard into the next one if he plays some more. Which he will. He has hosted another lobby. I love in the chat dog saying, Shambler is convinced this is good for some reason. Yeah. For some reason. See if Ultra wants to play some more or not. If not, well, I've got some other games that I can pop off here real quick. But pretty epic games, dude. Some of those matches, obviously it wasn't like peak unit knowledge on display, but the Ultra versus Ouya games were some solid things there.
I think there is something brilliant when people without knowledge of meta but high skill jump into the game.
Yeah.
And they try to invent meta from the grounds up, like how they feel, and they get to very different places.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get to invent something which people didn't think of, and it's pretty good.
So it would seem, because Ultra trying some interesting mechanical things for sure. I liked his play on Knife's Edge versus Ouya, even though it didn't work out for him. The multi-sieged phalanx drop, it was like a Reaver drop in Starcraft 1, but for the army instead of harassment. Everybody always said that and said, yeah, everybody always was like, oh yeah, you can load sieged phalanx, I'm going to go attack workers. But nobody tried to do what Ultra did there, and I think it can work. He only tried it once, and it gave him an advantage. He just didn't play out from that position
it kind of reminds me of the Reaver drops in Brood War, where you use a shuttle micro to get more value from it.
It's pretty interesting for sure. If he drills on that a little bit more on the mechanical side, that would be really good. Anyway, he is in the top left as our turquoise Terran, and he's going Stockade first. Chamberlain in the bottom right is our, I'm going to say, royal blue Zerg, and he is about halfway through his Hydrith Den, which he is once again opening. I'm guessing it'll be a Larvosk follow-up. He scouted with his 7th worker, like the first one that you make, is what he scouted with to see what he was up against. And he will see once again it's double Stockade, so... To be fair, I haven't actually seen Ultra play too many TVZs. I'm trying to think about the last time I saw it. It would have been versus Zeki in the show match that he participated in when he first got hooked on Cosmonarchy. That's one of those things that makes you think, though. Like, is he ever going to even try mech? Because that's what Shambler has said this is really good against. So, I guess he's going to have some good practice versus some bio play. Though, worth pointing out, this map has a longer rush distance to it than the spawns that they had on that last map, Knife's Edge. So, it will be a little bit harder for Ultra to punish, I think.
And this time, Shambler's going for a Zero Core first instead of Hydra.
Yeah, at least this is the macro version of this and not the hamster all-in, because I make 4 immediately. You can see Shambler goes right back to workers after the 3rd one. He has a little bit of Vespene in the tank for his first Hydra later on. So
I think that was the reason of the early scout.
Yeah.
So Shambler can check if it's bio or mech. If it's mech, he makes Hydra. If it's bio, he makes easy.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He's actually going to be moving forward here, which feels like the wrong move. Even if you had the 3 Izira cores in the same spot and a Hydra backup, I don't think you would do enough damage to the Mavs here. I could be wrong about that. I'm willing to entertain the idea, but this feels like a lot.
It might be a scouting attempt, just to check if it's early expansion or not.
Ultra has cut military a little bit here. He's being a little bit lackadaisical with his army as well.
And, oh, he's doing double Starpad.
Oh, that's cute. That's why he made the sieve. He's gonna go Wraith. Alright. He's probably seen people do this, like Shopdog, Newt. They like their Wraiths versus Zerg sometimes. Newt likes his Wraiths, period. He's only got the 8 Mavericks.
I think as a Brood War player, he just was so sick of, like, Muta harass, and he was like, I want to do that as well.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Clerics are out. They boost armor while healing, so you got to watch out for that. The Izira cores are going to struggle. Got 4 Hydras, and the expansion about halfway complete here. Shambler is only down 5 workers, and he can start making more anytime soon, based on what he's scouted, because the army size is pretty small. But he should be a little bit suspicious, because he scouted double Stockade, but he's only like 10 military units, right? The last time he scouted.
I'm not sure if he realizes tech, because
No.
he's sending his Hydra
Yeah.
to like block exit to the natural. If he was like suspecting any kind of shenanigans, he would leave his Hydra back at home, I believe.
Right. So that feels like maybe a misread. Because you know they're doing something when their army is this small after double stockade. But he might not actually have internalized the approximate unit count that you have based on that. His expansion is coming up. If he makes like a blind Spraith at each base, he's probably in a fine position. But, you know, Ultra's going to... Oh, he's making the Avaleth. So that's okay. It's not as good as having the anti-air already. But if he can get a scout off, he'll be able to prepare. And we have an anchor being made by Ultra.
Scouts overlap. I don't think it's against specifically Brave.
Right.
Major.
He is preparing for
It's a
anti-drop.
good idea. I don't think he will try to drop. He knows, like, whatever he drops will die to a bunch of Mavericks.
Oh, yeah, but what I mean is Shambler's got a couple of units pocketed at his natural, so I think he's thinking about drops here.
Ah, okay, I see that couple, yeah, that's fair.
Sometimes you'll see, like, Oya, Ziki, these players have these thoughts about, like, hey, at some point, the drop is coming, maybe, so... Or it could come at this point. I'm going to just pinch off, like, 6 claws or, you know, a couple, like a Drac or something, you know?
Yeah, Shambler is suspecting something. He really wants to know what Terran is doing. He keeps prodding, trying to check what units Terran has. And, his Overleft is gonna see what it is.
Yeah, 8 Wraiths are going to fly straight by.
Yeah.
Yep. I'd kill the Avi with the Wraiths,
gonna
but
kill it.
no, doesn't want to. He wants to just make a beeline to see how much damage he can do, but the Zerg army's already returning. And the Skibact is on the way. We've got a hatch to block. This is something that Shambler is the only Zerg I've actually seen do this. Maybe Ziki did it once on this map, but the hatch positioning here blocks Cyprian shots for Bio, trying to attack, you know, Circuit or whatever. Pretty good in general. Now the Wraiths are going to walk face first into all the Zerg army. Should be able to pick a single one. Ends up not being so. He's actually going to give chase,
Yeah,
too,
I don't
which
believe
feels a
he
little
will
weird.
do any damage with Brace.
I'd maybe have another Avaleth here as well if you're really concerned by it. Ministry has begun. Ultra going to expand. All right, the big bio army has been being made this whole time by the 2 stockades. So there is a window here where Shambler can be kind of busy over here trying to fight the Wraiths and being dogged by them. Even though he's got the anti-air in place that he won't take too much damage.
He keeps making Wraiths, so I think he's like trying to double down on aggro.
Covenant, 3rd stockade. This is a very teched out build and not so much a unit heavy one, but he still has this window where he has a lot of military. A lot of really row cores were made, which feels like I didn't have money to make real units or something. I'm not really sure what's up with that. It looks like this hatch is going to die for free. Oh, the Spraiths are sprung on Ultra over here, so he's not ready for that. Bactylisks are out. Core's getting in the face. A lot of that damage being soaked up by that hatch at first. Finally, Ultra going to go ahead and micro down those units. He still has 1 Hurakan rending the armor. The Bio Army's still in a good spot here. More Bactyls are in this position. Now we've got the Wraiths getting active. They can get right on top of those. Not great focus fire out of their Terran Pro, but he's still going to do some damage.
They cannot get too close. There's 2 Spray in the background.
Yeah.
And never mind, he has a single Wraith left.
Correct. He does pop the hatch at least, but, you know, didn't really reset the
it's
Zerg army too
insufficient
much.
damage. It's too little damage. He tries to switch into Eidolons, which might work, but he is on a catch-up right now.
Well, we've got the
So
static
surprisingly,
defense.
his work account is not that much behind Shambler, so he might catch up in the end.
Yeah, big worker transfer over to the natural to start saturating it. And remember, he can go for that Vespene cap as soon as he wants to. Has the money for it. We do have those Wraiths are on a scouting mission. They're going to catch and canvas the other side of the map. Maybe come in for a heckling in the natural, only to have it be seen exactly where Shambler's anti-air defenses are.
He needs to hold this 5 Bactyl push. That one is scary.
Well, if he stims the Mavs, the Eidolons will be able to thin the herd a little bit. But now he's going to be dove in right on top of... Yeah, this looks good for Shambler. I don't think the Eidolons are going to be able to evacuate here. The Mason's got to be pulled. Good targeting. Going to clean him out. What even units does he have being made? Just 3 Eidolon. He's got Ant-Seals coming, and the Wraiths are not going to find anything back there on the other side.
Yeah. And still are very sad right now. No one to protect.
Yeah. Nothing to protect. Nothing to give that. GG, I go out. And so that was the last game for Ultra. He tried something funny. It did not work out.
He's scouting out possibilities, what he can do with stack builds.
That's pretty cool, though. I dig it. I dig it. Glad we have Ultra playing and gaming in this community. Pretty nice. Gonna switch over to some tourney casts here. How long have I been? About 2 hours. All right. I've got to do a TVT, so that'll be a fun time. I will be maybe seeing you in the stream there, Arbus. Thanks for hanging out and giving some analysis for the pro games. Pretty cool. Good shit.
Hopefully it didn't annoy you too much.
No, it was good.
Thanks for having me.
GG's. I'll see you later. All right, lads. We're going to see if we can pop over to the release version of the game. And by if, I mean, of course we can. Here we go. Pop into... Let's see. Yes, the grand final of Acropolis 4's first qualification event. One of these two players will, of course, win the day. However, it's an interesting position to be in for Aud64. Because we have some really, really interesting permutations that can happen. If Aud wins this over Top Ramen, nobody qualifies, and we have to go to a consolidation bracket where we will see Ultra take on Ziki, and Top Ramen would face the winner. So that's what we get if we don't see Ramen win the day. If Ramen does win the day in the TVT, then we will be in a pretty good spot. We can have our good time. We can have a good gaming time, guys. A good gaming time. Let me go ahead and pop open my tourney match. Last time it was really, really tight for Aud, though. It was a 5-game series between him and Ziki. I was very pleased to see Ziki give such a good accounting of himself. Now it's number 1 versus number 2 in the seeding. I've talked about that as well already, and this is going to be the grand final. But like I said, we could still be in for more games in here. More chances to qualify. As Aud is already pre-qualified. So he's just playing for dominance right about now. It's going to be an interesting result if it goes that way. Gonna go ahead and configure our Gamba, of course. You know I love our Twitch chat, our Twitch Gamba. All right. I think we've got everything just about set up. So just need to swap this out. And we'll be good to go. I'll grab the map veto. Okay. So our first map is going to be Crisis Vector, picked by Aud64, who had the advantage in the veto. He banned Mass Destruction, a map that Top Ramen does like. Ramen ends up banning Acid Test, the Port of Litmus. Not interested in that 2-spawn map. And he picks Punch Drunk, so the Port of Knockout will be at play here for Game 2. That was a game that he played Game 1 versus Ultra. He's got recent TVT experience on that. The second round of bans was Battle Spectre by Aud and Patadia by Ramen. Once again, getting rid of the 2-spawn maps, interestingly enough, by Ramen. That's the only through line I can see here because Acid Test is pretty short distance comparatively to Patadia, so I'm thinking about play styles. I think you play those maps very differently. Paradise is map 3. If we need more maps than that, Knife's Edge, picked by Ramen. Paradise picked by Aud. And then Game 5, picked by Aud, is Frosted Forest, if we need it as a decider, which would be very hype, even though it would probably mean I've been here for like an hour and a half because it's TVT. So if the best of 5 goes all 5 games, it's going to be a good time. All right, with all that said, I will go ahead and start our gamble predictions here, and we will get into Crisis Vector for our first round here between these two players. The grand final of Tribunal of Tyranny. Will Aud deny Top Ramen's qualification attempt and force us to go into extra games for the tournament, or will Ramen prevail throughout the day? That's the question here, as Ramen in the bottom right is our Smoky Black Terran. Aud in the top left is our Mango Terran. We are on Crisis Vector, a very Terran-coded map, let's be real. Saw that Dog was talking about star pads in the chat earlier. Ayud was talking about the last matches we were casting just before this. Well, it's been an interesting time for sure, and they're both going to be going for Fulcrum. Some of our best Terran players in the audience here. You cannot Gamba? Forbidden? I don't know what that means. Try refreshing the page. It's still open for another minute. Oh, wait, no, you... I remember, yeah. He can't Gamba because he adminned the series. Yeah, that's right. Shambler was the match admin here. See him here. Event. I like that name. Event. Something about that is really good. I think after this series, we'll probably call it on the casts. I know I was going to do the weekend wages, but we had an unexpected opportunity to cast some pro players, and you got to strike while the iron is hot, my man. Maybe I'll be able to catch the... There was a Crisis Vector game that was played between those two earlier. Maybe Arbuz has the replay. He can send it to me. I saw him in the chat earlier. Shout out Arbuz. If the replay works, of course. I'll definitely cast that one. Ramen going to come out and scout Ayud beforehand. Both of the players going to open up with that Vulture and a second Fulcrum. So very, very mirrored build orders right now. Which is not always something that happens in this matchup, but I think between these two players, they've played a lot of games against each other. It's trying to put some damage onto the Vulture. Ah, it's brutal. Can't do it. Submissions are closed with 2 people predicting Ayud. Nobody predicting Ramen in this game. He was pretty dominant, Ayud that is, in his run in the Weekend Wage. This past Sunday, we had a bi-weekly event. Ayud scored $20, winning it. Hamster earned 15. Godweed earned 5. Wolfix earned 10. Wolfix the only pro representation, but it was cool to see him. A lot of TVTs in that one. Turns out Terran players just play the most. What can I say? Ooh, and clearing the mines is Ayud. Hold on. This is looking like a much more favored fight for Ayud 64 initially. 2 more Vultures come out, though. Faster reinforcement point. Trying to dodge those mines. Oh, it's not so good, but does it bait Ayud into a fight that he can't win? Oh, now he's got the 4 Vultures. Hold on. Wait a second here. Ramen might have just bungled this in a big way. Surely he knew the mines could have been laid there, right? I think this is just going to be game. He's got enough to one-shot Masons. Didn't even do a single Vulture's worth of damage here. At least not to the same unit. Oh, and the Cyclops got stunned too. That's it, man. Call it right here and now. Wow, brilliant play from Ayud. Just a clinic in that early game. Only now are the Cyclops round 2 started. There's a lot of money in the bank for Ramen. He's just going to have to struggle a little bit here. By the way, we've got more Vultures where that came from, too. So it's not like it's over anytime soon. And, yeah. Well, maybe we're not going to be here for very long if the games go like this. A little bit of a poor control here for Top Ramen. He is going to try to fight his way out of this position, but he's down 6 workers. Once again, 4 Vultures here, ready to one-shot Masons. Good pullback there. Oh, no, the hit scan damage of the Cyclops is busy with some of the mines sometimes. More Vultures arriving. At what point do you tap out? As long as I have units to control, I can still win. Yeah, I think that's a wrap. He has no more units to control. It doesn't even get the friendly stun. Well, lads. GG has to be called there. Ministry was started behind this. Ayud takes the first game. Shockingly fast for a TVT. Shockingly fast. Fight to the last Mason. Mason, it's me. GG man. Maybe that's what we should call Ayud. GG man. There's like the Starcraft 2 player GG machine. That's a good one. Good username. All right, Ramen's pick now. It is going to be Punch Drunk. Let's check it out. Get our next round. Is he shaking it off? Is he going a little bit harder? Top Ramen is our Silver Terran in the top right, and Ayud is our Mango Terran in the bottom left. And this is cross spawns. It's TVT. This should work out. This should work out. Now, you know what I want to point out? Top Ramen's also spawning top right. Good omen. Good omen. Could be big here. Could be big. We go to Paradise after this, and if we go beyond 3 games, Knife's Edge, Frosted Forest, those are the other maps that are in our domain. Fulcrum starting up here for both players, so they're not going to blink on the Vulture War. I do wonder, though. Like, I get we have the Fulcrums coming. But when do we start seeing a divergence in the build orders? Cross spawns does give us a little bit more time to do that. We got both players scouting vertically, so they'll both find each other second. The Vultures will probably go to the other base. They'll go horizontally, the first Vulture for each player. It looks like Aoud already... No, he's just a little bit slower on the second Fulcrum. Never mind. I was going to say maybe he's going to do a difference here. I guess he is, actually. Is it going to do 1 Fulc expand? Well, I'm interested. Color me intrigued. Ramen in the past has been able to trade games versus Aoud. But Aoud does maintain a winning record. 3! Look, there's a 3. Jujic left us a 3. And a 3 in the backwards position. Mines in the trenches. Very World War I-esque, isn't it? Devastated. Well, Aoud's Mason is not going to clear the mines. There's the expand. Only 1 mine cleared by the Mason of Mr. Ramen. Anchor coming up. Starting to switch into Cyclops, probably for the Anchor. I guess maybe after that you can go Cestus if you're fearing a Vulture-heavy composition. Yeah, what is even the counter? If you go 1 Fulc expand here as Aoud, with the mines, does 2 Fulc actually give you options to break? Maybe Goliaths? Because of their high armor and HP, they can just kind of face tank the lobotomy mines. You don't want to invest into Star Pad just to counter this, so... And you can't invest into, like, Shaman reactively either for detection. I guess you could build a Cestus of your own on the enemy's base. Reverse contain. His own expansion going to come up here pretty soon on a more normal timing is Ramen. There it is. Well, first mine is going to be a connection. Doesn't do any damage, just does stun. There you go. Good pullback there as well. He's got the Cyclops already revealed. Oh, that one's probably going to go down. Doesn't quite finish the job there, Aoud, but he's adding 2 more Fulcrum behind this. Mine coverage out here. Not quite watching for a drop, but Aoud is making a Star Pad. We could see him try to break out of the containment that way. Remember, he's going to have way more economy here than Ramen, or not way more, but significantly more. Trojan in the mineral line. Going to go ahead and skate 1 Vulture forward. Remember, the Cyclops shells are going to be doing a lot of splash damage to Ramen's grouped up army, though. Going to have to wait for those shells to go away. I like the idea of using the Vultures specifically just to come in and clear things out. Doesn't really have any sustain, and he's not going for an add-on or anything. I think the theory here is pretty sound from Aoud. You can't make a Palladium at this early in the game. So you can't make Phalanx to attack this in an early punish timing. But you also, like, unless somebody figures out a Goliath timing that will work for this kind of thing, you're also going to be having to deal with all of the lobotomy mines. And now, at this point, we've got more Fulcrum for Aoud than we do for Ramen. So his window of punish is completely gone. He's going to have to play this out from an economic deficit, and pretty soon a military deficit. Okay. Star pads. I don't know what the anchor is for quite yet. Oh, I think he meant a star pad. There you go. So it's going to be a 4-pad Wraith transition. We still have the Cyclops for splash damage. And a Goliath is out here for Aeud, recognizing that breaking out the minefield of his opponent, not that it's been laid, but, you know, we could see some mines get laid. Oh, one of them is stuck, and the other one is very unhappy about that. There we go. He's going to go ahead and lift the anchor. He's got the ant seal for detection. He's already making Valkyries. Aeud already knows that it's likely going to be a Wraith switch. That's so beautiful, man. Pretty good Cyclops count here. The ant seal once again checking for this action. Cliff advantage temporarily gained by Ramen. He's only making Cyclops back at home. His Wraiths have not started. Now he's going to. It doesn't really feel like the Wraiths alone are going to change his fate, and the Valkyries are out as well, so I guess Aeud is really crossing his T's and dotting his I's. He's figured this out. Who is Aeud's practice partner, man? What the hell's going on here? Coming in with a really tricked out build that I don't think Ramen has ever seen before. He's going to go ahead and keep on the pressure with his Cyclops, but now the counter damage is a little bit too big. Oh, the Valkyries weren't even needed, dude. They were all the way back here. And they just get wiped by the Cyclops. This is another GG. Aeud marching off to war. Wraith come out. He's going to pick the Goliath. He's down by 10 workers and counting. And here come the Valkyries to show what's up. You know when you'd build a scout in StarCraft 1 and it would be like a get out move? Unless you're Snow versus Artosis, in which case you build them just because they are good at sniping anything. Yeah, Valkyries are sometimes seen that way too. Turns out they're pretty good though. A little bit of a late split. See you later, nerd. Vultures come in to raid the worker line. The Goliath continuing to fire on the Cyclops and the Valks. They all stay alive too. Oh, never mind. Forget about that. We panned up before that happened. It's Valk on Valk violence, but the ground army is still ripping Ramen's expansion to shreds. Trying with the Cyclops, but yeah, it's not going to be enough. Sadness. Big mine stuns as well, just to slow down the mining rate anyway. Oh, no! Not that there's any chance for Ramen here anyway, but I still am, like, you know, when I see things go from bad to worse on that front, that's still pretty good for Aeud. Pretty ridiculous. He's got tier 2. He's making a mantle. He's got his 3rd ministry finished. My God, man. To go 2 base plus mineral only, which I don't really count, tier 2 is wild to me. Hi. Yeah, when he sees the reservoir, surely he realizes his opponent is on tier 2, right? Like, GG is called. Yeah, he sees that. And, you know, the Goliath's entering his main base as well. Don't help. All right, man. Ramen back against the wall. It's not looking good for him. He's now on elimination point, series point, and it would be qualification if Aeud wasn't already qualified for Aeud. Wild. Well, we have at least one more game between these two. It is another 4-spawn map as well, so we might end up seeing the same One Folk expand build, as I'm pretty sure Aeud specifically went for this on a 4-spawn map. He is in the top right as our Mango Terran, and we got cross spawns again. Ramen in the bottom left. I guess this is just white, isn't it? No, it's platinum. Platinum Terran. I forgot that color was in the game. Also, a big shout out to all the people who are popping into our Discord server recently. It is much appreciated that you guys participate in that. Very cool. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. We'll give you the link. But I'll give you the link right now instead. Very cool, guys. Cool to see everybody in there. A lot of people who are joining are, they're pro players or they're, CPL players or people who are just interested in the StarCraft 1 foreign scene. And now they have another way to watch their favorite pros duke it out. It's very cool. Very cool. Thank you all. Mason will scout bottom right here for Ayud. Not scouting just yet is Ramen. He typically has scouted faster than his opponent. So that's an adaptation already, it looks like. Is he going to go Starpad over here? Yeah! Okay, it's not one Falk expand. It's... once again, 2 Falk for Ramen, sticking to his guns, despite their misfires earlier. And it's going to be a 1 Falk Starpad rush. I guess this is going to be one of those fast Cyclops pivots. Ramen will notice the minimap there that the Mason Scout... oh, it's actually an N Scout here for Ayud. He's going to send the Vulture bottom right to catch his opponent's Worker Scout, which does make sense. We know Ayud likes his tricky stuff. Absolute devastation of the Worker. Doesn't seem Ramen is doing the same thing. He's got a very well spread minefield. Further afield than you would expect. But Ayud is going for the Trojan. He's got Vultures on the brain. He's not going to do Cyclops. He knows where his opponent is, of course. Ramen, on the other hand, doesn't really. He scouted bottom right and was killed. He can surmise it was top right where the Vulture came from. But you can, he's probably going to go ahead and confirm that at some point along the way. Might be a little bit unfortunate for that minefield, because that's going to get hit by the Mason on the way. Well, at least the Vulture is here as well. So the Trojan is gone with 4 Vultures. Anchor behind it for the Cyclops to garrison. We got the mines to try to stall out. The Starpad not doing a single thing, and Ayud will expand. We have that expansion already about a quarter of the way complete for Ramen on the other side of it, and he is making his own Cyclops. He's got 2 of them out, 4 Vultures as well. Well, the good thing about his Ministry being here is that it will give him reaction time for the Trojan before the Vultures can really do too much damage to his economy, right? So he's going to come in here and see it. You can't, bypass it even if you hug this very bottom strip. At least I don't think so. Let's see. Does he notice? Does he notice? I guess he doesn't notice, or he actually could be hugging the very bottom area there. So there's the first pounding. Ramen's going to have to pull away. The 4 Vultures are the break point for killing Terran workers. Doesn't kill a single one. Remember, they can just come out here as well. And can't delay the Ministry, but still pretty good damage there. Kills another Mason. Down by 5 workers. Ramen going to be feeling the pain there. And what does he do now that drop has shown itself, right? He can't just march across the whole other side of the map. His army might be able to overwhelm Ayud's position because there's not so many mines, but you still think about it, the Vulture could come back in at any time. Anchor does reveal itself. That's the second Mason kill on the Scout, plus the 5 that were killed inside the main and nat. Definitely puts Ayud into a commanding position because his Ministry is going to finish soon. And the Masons for Ramen, I mean, they were cut there for a second anyway, but as long as the worker production is consistent, and especially if this Vulture drop gets another round of value, Ramen is going to be very, very much down in the dumps. Anseal flying on in. That's not going to complete anytime soon. Yeah, Ramen's notorious for his drop style, but it's not working out for him on the receiving end. That's 4 more workers going down, one of them constructing the Fulcrum. It gets started on again immediately. And you can tell that Ramen wants to put down a watchdog, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. He rescouts it. The reaction time is good. Be a little bit off his game here. He's going to get some good, consistent damage dealt to that Trojan, but... And this is the game he scouts slow on, you know? And of course, it's also the game where Ayud's shenanigans don't quite work out. Now all the mines being cleared, the Anseal Vulture combo. Ramen not really out here to defend and riposte the attack. Still doesn't set up that watchdog, by the way. No units in protective position here. Doesn't even have like one Cyclops over here to spot. It wouldn't kill it, but it would do something. I think Ayud can't even believe his luck. Now the Vultures are going to get a little bit, sniff out the problem. But it's a little too late. We're already going to see at least 2 Masons go down here. And still these Vultures stay alive, man. Adding insult to injury to kill that one. I can't believe it, dude. Now the Watchdog Scout sees. The Palladium is here. 3 Falk is going to scout the expansion. The worker count is 12 to the better for Ayud. It does look like our former champion, the winner of Acropolis 2, the runners-up of Acropolis 3, has such a monumental lead coming into Game 3 here. And Ramen looked impressive versus Ultra, so this is even more of a statement. Oh, here we go. Ramen trying his luck. He's going to push out on this other side. He's got 1 Cyclops, 1 Watchdog. The Cyclops gets run over. The Masons have to pull out, and the army returns home. Not that he even could have broken through anyway. We got Anchor, Minefield, double Phalanx, 3 more popping out. Now, a 3rd Ministry has started, but his ground army is going to need to get in here. Finally cleans up the drop. There's finally no more opportunity for there to be a drop. Well, I say that. With Ayud coming in for Tier 2, his Trojan is still alive. But maybe I'm wrong about that. 3 HP, by the way. Palladium starting up for Ramen. It's so late. His 3rd Ministry offers a slim chance that maybe he could stay alive if he can get a lot of Masons built. I'm not even expecting him to float that, though he may feel desperate enough to need it. He needs to resaturate his main and natural before he does anything like that. Very, very minimal harvests going on right now for our underdog Terran. Just Ayud looking like a cut above. He grinded so much for the weekend wage. Barely got it in over the line versus Ziki. Oh, he pops the Mason that was going to make that. That's minimal damage. Minimal damage. And there it is. It is lifting. Earmarked for this 3rd base here. It's the obvious 3rd, but it is low ground, and it can be pressured, especially with Phalanx lines. This is a map that Ramen also did very well on versus Ultra. Game 1 Punch Drunk, Game 2 Paradise picked by Ultra, and you can tell that Ramen is having a bit of a different experience here. And a Valkyrie is already being made just in case Wraiths show up. Treasury on location, Mantles in the natural. 3 of them coming up. Cataphracts are going to show up here pretty soon. Maybe Durandals to just run in and ignore things. Dog making a good point in chat about how earlier there were mines covering the front, and Ramen still just had his whole army away from the drop zone. Got to start asking yourself what might have been. Also, what Ramen's game plan is here, now that he's trying to come back into things. Triple Folk with those Palladiums, or with that Palladium making those Phalanxes. We have a star pad finally for our underdog as well. I don't know if there's really any hope. It's looking, again, very monumentally one-sided. But Ayud is only up by 6 workers now. And he did go Treasury, so he won't be scaling his worker count. as much as his opponent. In a few rotations, we might see him take the lead. Some phalanx set up over here preemptively around the 4th base. Could have more mine coverage if he went for another round of vultures. The one vulture off to the side, sort of like in inner 6 area, is going to get got. Pressuring a lot of different angles. All right, let's see what the reaction time is. He's going to have to cycle up here soon. The phalanxes are not targeting. Phalanxes are screwed up by those Durandals. A couple Goliaths out here trying to do their best. The Cyclops having to cycle back. AU just hammering him with those phalanxes. You can tell that Ramen is experienced with these sort of tank fights. Trying to get the phalanxes in to do some friendly fire to each other, but wasn't quite able to finish the job on so many of the phalanxes from AU. There's still so many more where that came from. Sending some Masons forward, but the Pun is out. A little bit of friendly damage. Wraith scouting out, sees what's coming. Not much on the bottom right, but there is a base coming up at 9 o'clock, or 3 o'clock. Ramen was setting up for a 4th, but he couldn't quite make it happen. Just trying to hold on with Phalanx. Don't think it'll quite be enough here. Good splatter onto those Durandals, though. They're all clumped up and not quite making their connections. Oh, the Pun, though. He just gets right in his face and deploys. Not the most efficient fight for Aoud at the end of the day. Vultures are going to come in and try to finish off some of the wounded ones. I think if he had actually kept those first 4 in the tank mode, split them up a little bit, he would have had a much better time. I can't believe the Mason got a kill, too. Is this actually all he needs, though, to finish the job? It feels like it. The second wave of Durandals. Reinforcements are 5 Phalanx for Ramen. Definitely doesn't want those Durandals to roast up his workers. Looks like he'll push him back for now. It's 5 mantle production here. One of them not working. The Valkyrie getting in on the action with the Watchdog having lifted off. Now the Durandals. Oh, the splash damage. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the Durandal taps it. I love it. The one Wraith comes in here to just be a little bit annoying. Nothing too significant. Watchdogs are coming up. Oh. Phalanxes are trying to keep things going here. Keep a little bit of life in the bank there. As you can see, one Wraith does not hold up to one Vel. 12 o'clock now. That looks like the 3 o'clock was canceled by the one Wraith earlier. If Aoud is a little bit too sloppy with it, he might end up extending this one. But cataphracts are being made. They'll slowly move forward. Starport now coming up here. Aoud wants to switch into some air. His anchor continuing to fly over. See what's up here. Ramen is just going all in on Phalanx production right now. But he has made his tier 2, and he's adding mantles. So I wonder what's up with that. His 4th Ministry is about to finish inside the natural. Maybe he'll float it to 6. I guess he's got the tank count to control the ground a little bit, but it really doesn't feel like this is going to work versus what Aoud is deploying. Particularly when you don't have any anti-air, you can't even stop these flying structures from coming in. Ramen trying to come back in the worker count department. When you go for treasuries, it does feel like more of a short-term game as opposed to a long-term one. It's not a battle plan that'll get you too far, it feels like. Cataphract sighted. Well, doesn't look like Ramen was on the ball here. Good salvo there. He does end up taking out one of the Katas. Trade for Phalanx. 3 of them going down and one of them being very wounded is not so good. What a menace, dude. This guy said, I know that dude. I know that Mason. I'm going to move all the way across the map and fuck him up. Gas caps have been starting to show themselves, not just on the ridge, but also on the geyser. The one lonely Phalanx. There's a couple more on the high ground. Good dodges so far from Ramen. Fancy footwork. His cataphracts are going to snap that anchor out. I don't know, man. Ayud is continuing to navigate through the middle of the map. Triple starport. A lot of idle workers back in the main base. Maybe you can count this as an even game economically. Ramen trying to split the difference here. His cataphracts are not in a great stack, but there's not so much air. So even though this first wave of phalanxes are taken out, the formation holding for now. Oh, but the cataphract count is very high. Ayud looks like he's just going to muscle through here. The rest of the reinforcements have to double back. They're slow moving, mech. Doesn't give you the mobility you hope for all the time. Now the Katas are doing dancing. The cacophony of phalanx deployment sounds. It'll haunt us in our dreams. Gorgons have arrived. There's not so much anti-air, so this whole side is going to be wiped. Cataphract tries to help out here. Just barely doesn't wander into the Phalanx fire line, but it looks like it's going to be enough anyway. 6 HP on that guy. So that spoke collapses towards 6 o'clock. He actually lifts this ministry instead of the other one. Oh, dear. Kind of just walking in. Oh, he's got the ground. He's got the phalanxes, but there's no anti-air. And the Gorgons are coming in a more serious cap here now, too. And obviously we got some cataphracts here and there, but that is going to force an unsiege. More units where that came from. Gorgons do petrify their targets. Unfortunately, it does look like he's just going to start hemorrhaging them. Oh! Ayud makes a watchdog, and it'll be torn down, but so too will be 9 o'clock, certainly threatened by it. Has to unpack these phalanx. A couple more units here and there slowing him down. Yeah, and the airs are going to be way too powerful, it feels like. It's got the one cataphract. If it goes down just incidentally to the splash, it's not going to be able to do too much to help out versus the Gorgons. A couple of them do go down anyway. But yeah, that's it for the reinforcements. Everything else is still stuck out here at the third. Masons try to get out of dodge. It's not going to work out too well for them. Oh, a Goliath comes in. They can't quite deconstruct that, the Masons. Yeah, Ayud controlling the map at this point. He's on his 5 bases. Ramen just lost his 4th, and his 3rd is now going to be the next target, as what would have been the 5th base is never going to quite get off the ground. I'll give him credit. He extended play a lot longer than I thought after that early game, where Ayud looked so mega favored. Maybe if his anti-air was in a better spot, he could even further delay things, as Ayud does have a huge bank. Not the best play, but just not really anything he can use to deal with these Gorgons. He didn't make very many watchdogs. Now trying to huddle around it for warmth in times of cold. One ministry's going to go down, the other one get ready to take its place, apparently. And the first round of Gorgons for this particular part of the attack is going to be routed, but the Durandals can run in. They won't quite be able to take out the Watchdog, but now the Gorgons can heckle the workers. Oh, man. Toyota can't believe he missed a TVT. You know what, man? I believe you. Welcome to the chat, brother. It's a steady stream of Durandals and Phalanx. Another one arrives at 6 o'clock. You're not going to be able to mine from there. A lot of workers massacred at the third base. I mean, Ramen doesn't GG until the very end under normal circumstances, and by very end, I mean he's got like 6 Masons versus 4 Vultures and no combat units to his name. But this one is looking pretty over. He's trying to stay with it. Still got a good amount of money. Not as much as Aoud, though. And now, not as many units either. The Durandal's running in. The Gorgons are strong enough now in the count to just start taking down the Watchdogs, and the Phalanxes are in such high supply for Aoud. Now his anti-ground is going to be targeting that anti-air. Ramen will not have anything left in the tank as he loses his third base. Not mining really anything at all from the 6. It's not looking hot. Not looking hot. GG has to be called as Aoud punches his ticket to the grand final, or not to the grand final, but through the grand final. What an incredible amount of dominance from him. 3-0 over the next best player in the bracket. Wild scenes, wild scenes. And now, I mean, now we don't have somebody qualified. The unthinkable has actually occurred. Not only did Aoud come in as the top seed, as the favorite seed, but we're talking about a player who doesn't actually need to qualify, and he wins. So here's how this is going to work now. Our consolidation bracket is going to be activated here. I have the template already in the Liquipedia page, because when Aoud qualified to the grand final, I thought, oh yeah, that's going to come in handy if that ends up happening. And wouldn't you know it, it sure did end up happening. That was Punch Drunk Map 2, Paradise Map 3, and what was our map 1? Crisis Vector, I believe. That was the Vulture, you know, fucked up my Vulture stuff or whatever. So that is a little sad for Ramen. I mean, I was expecting him to maybe be able to play a little bit closer to Aoud's level, but it doesn't end up happening. Instead, we end up having to see him take it a little bit of a different way. A different path. To what, for him, is hopefully an early qualification. So that means that our consolidation semifinal is determined. We've got Ultra and Ziki in the consolidation semifinal, and the consolidation final is now going to be Top Ramen versus one of those 2 players. So we'll go ahead and plug in the results therein, and I'll go ahead and link the bracket to you guys in... oh yeah, I guess I have to edit one other thing here too, is that it no longer qualifies somebody because Aoud is already qualified, so I have to change that out in the bracket here. Let's see. Let's see if that even works properly. I'm guessing it will. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, guys, so with that outcome, Aoud taking it, we have ourselves... Oh, what's up, Beaver? We have ourselves a different story for the bracket there. As you click that link, you will be greeted with the Tribunal of Tyranny page. And we'll see here that this is all the results, plus the consolidation bracket there that is set up. We have Ultra taking on Ziki, 3rd seed versus 4th seed, and 3rd place versus 4th place. Well, it's 3rd to 4th place. They're joint 4th place. We'll know who's actually the 3rd best player in this bracket by that point. And then Top Ramen, having made his way to the grand final but failing to best Aoud, will be taking on one of those 2 players. Whoever wins that match will face Top Ramen. So it's going to be a good time. I think Ziki does stand a pretty good chance based on what we saw from his match against Aoud. However, Ultra has been playing a lot. He's been trying to grind. He's been figuring out a style, figuring out what works. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we get out of that. So yeah, with all that said, that was our set of broadcasts for today for the casting. However, we will be coming back to do some development. Before I go on my short break to do that development, I will once again remind you that at streamlabs.com/Pronago, you can donate to the show match funding. It's over here. I keep forgetting my camera's flipped. It is $48 out of $170 right now. We are looking for that budget to be a little bit further closer in the green. If you want to donate, you feel free to. It will support further professional show matches. We've got pros coming in left, right, and center, trying to get access to some of this hot money. And it's not really that much money, but it's still hot money. And it means that you get to get paid to play a really exciting version of StarCraft that they've never played before most of the time, in most cases. So with those show matches coming at you here, and with more professional games casted all the time because more professional players are playing all the time, I am very excited to bring you this era of Cosmonarchy where it's going to be the most competitive we've ever seen for sure. In our bi-weekly event that we just started, we had Wolfix play, a pro player, and then of course we had pro caliber players like Zeki and Ultra in this very Tribunal of Tyranny tournament that is a qualifier into our own world championship, if you will, our chief championship here in Cosmonarchy. So I'm looking forward to how that Premier Tournaments bracket will be shaping up once we get there. Anyway, that's going to do it for me for this little bit of time. I'll be back to do some development where we're going to update some audio visuals, do some mapping, maybe make a couple of bug fixes happen, and I'll catch you guys for that in about 7 minutes or so. What up, homies? We are just about ready to get started on some of our work today. And I'm looking forward to that. See if we can grab ourselves a little bit of music here. Asking Oya for his error when we get to the point where we can do that. Oh, I'm almost out of water. How silly of me. Let's see if we can figure out if we gave this one a name in our own IDA. I think we did. So it looks like, as far as bugs go or whatever, I don't really have any others to deal with right this moment. Looks like we did not, actually. Well, maybe we can just try to hook this now then. Maybe that will be a good thing. What even calls this exactly? I guess it just... All right, if all goes well, this will give us a little bit of an investigation point for the score screen freeze for team games. We've been seeing team games pick up in pace lately, and I would prefer the freeze doesn't happen, but instead they would see it in when they're actually trying to play. I'm trying to plan a show match in October, and I don't even know where we're going to go for that. Okay, it looks like we could do the 4th. But maybe the 11th. Okay. Well, making these types compile is going to be a mess. Okay, let me take a look at what his one was. Game action. Did I ever ask him for the game action? Yeah, it definitely feels like I have a type issue going on here. I at least know that +8 is start and +12 is size. And these appear to be... It's 30. This is supposed to be action end, which is size plus. Okay, so we don't actually know what action is. Some data type we don't have a definition for. So, which is what I kind of thought would be the case. Honestly, Adam, this will be really fun if it works as a fix. You know what I mean? Be great. But welcome. Where the rubber meets the road. Hell yeah. What is data here? Oh, V8. Okay. Okay, I think that's the translation of what we've got here. Well, I have no idea if this is going to work yet, so we're going to have to do some testing. Some funny suggestions on our Discords. But also some pretty good ones. Okay. Let's see what we find if we hook this function, escape. Oh, it's supposed to be if it's less than 0, which I guess makes more sense. This data? Two times V8, which is true. I guess we don't actually know what that data is, but I have no idea if that will compile or not. All right, I don't know if I've translated this quite correctly. Going from C to C++ is always a bit of a prank with some type-related stuff, so you do never quite know. Interesting. Well, I know why that happened, at least. I guess in theory it seems like it's working fine. Why do they always go idols when I go bio? Can't believe it. Unlucky, really. Okay, so now let's go back and watch that replay and see if it saves what we did properly. Seems to be saving everything correctly, stepping through the replay correctly, so yeah, maybe it'll do that. I don't know. We'll wait until I actually leave the game. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see if that works out. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to do. We were say is less than 1 or 0. It's negative, basically. It was supposed to be CMD size less than. All right, so let's think about how we're going to add our patch notes for this information. Okay. I think that's how we can describe it. All right. Well, hopefully that helps. We'll see if it does. All right, I'm going to fill in some more information about those later on, but important thing is that we got some progress on the freeze. So we're going to do a little bit of melee mapping now. I started working on this on a donor session. Well, I started working on this way before that, but I more recently was working on this on a donor session. For anyone who donates $3 a month or more on the coffee page and you're in the Discord server, you can access some donor content. Streams, podcasts, just generally chatting with cool people who also donate or contribute to the project in some other way. Pretty epic. So we're going to be doing a lot of manual tile placements here. I swear it's going to be glorious. I haven't done some manual tile placements in a little bit, so this will be kind of a nice little return to something. We'll figure out how to do those blends a bit later on, I think. Oh yeah, I guess that's kind of taken care of for us. Very nice. Maganatha. Muganuthu. Or I guess you would really emphasize the U part, though. It'd be like Mugunuthu. Gotta add the H at the end. Mugunuthu. That's pretty demented. Fit right in. We want this to be like thin here. I guess in theory we could do it a different way. You actually. Adam. Seeing you guys in chat together really does remind me of the old days. All right. I hadn't heard about that causal link. I'll be on my guard. How you doing, Jujik? Oh yeah, I forgot I don't need to exercise as much caution with these because there's no other variety of the center tiles, so you could just paint it like whatever, and you won't end up messed up stuff. Ah, taking a break from tiling, and you're like, I wonder what Prono goes up to, and then it's more tiling, and it's like the that SpongeBob episode where Squidward was trying to figure out how to avoid boxing, and everything on the TV was boxing. I could go over maximum style points here and make this part of the map different than the other part of the map. But I don't know if I will do that. Tiling all the way down. I catch myself like holding the shift key, hoping that it'll paint in a straight line, the way that it does in Photoshop or whatever. It never does, because this program has never been updated, even though there's fixes for unrelated things all over the place in a local copy. But SI has just, the creator of this program has never updated it. But you know, I still catch myself thinking like, oh yeah, what if it worked? Spoiler. Not work. Fucking got him. God. Wasn't expecting that one somehow. Well, in this case, it does have source code from Starcraft 1 that he got from a Blizzard connection that he probably wasn't supposed to be able to get access to. So that might be something, some reason for it. But... I mean, surely you figure out some community pillar that's going to shepherd the code. A trusted person. Got ourselves... I think this is probably dog-approved mining right here. It's not quite Demaloon, but it's not terrible. Only one diagonal field, really. I guess these two. but they're pretty close. Just mineral boost. You know what I mean? Yeah. I guess one of them's diagonal, but it'll be fine. Dog will be fine. Oh shit.
I am you.
You! Well, Three Crow just officially crossed us over. We are now at $51 dues towards the show match. Thank you, homie. Thank you, Three Crow. 3U, homie.
Zerg
Hope you're doing
here.
well, dude.
Yeah,
there'll be Zerg there. Yeah, the only show match so far to be scheduled without Zerg here is going to be the PvP Bonneth DeWalt match. That's going to be 1 week from Saturday. 13th. I had to remember what day it was. Mr. Thrigka. I try to imagine how that person is saying that word. I really couldn't tell you, to be honest. I feel like the rich placement over here would be a bit nicer. If I put it up here, then worker transfers away, we're going to be really obnoxious. But maybe it's also nicer if we do this. I don't know. Because the geyser also kind of gets in the way of the mineral workers. Maybe it's a bit nicer though. Might be funkier for mining, but it shouldn't be too bad. That actually is probably better for Terran mining if they put an add-on here. Not that they do these days. I'm gonna turn this water into some substructure, some ridiculously epic void. A bottomless pit. Did I get them all? Oh, yeah. It would be pretty cool to eventually have like water that actually blends with the substructure pit thing. All right. Yeah, we got a pretty good start over here, down here in the bottom left. By the way, Jujuk, you mentioned earlier that your map Tsunami might not have 2K minerals. If you just go into your options and then profile settings, there's a defaults here. You can just set it to 2000. It'll take into effect for all future maps as well. Saves you the trouble. Obviously, if you want to make a map that has less money in it, feel free to. What up in Nozlix? If you take a look at the Wikipedia page for it, it says the perspective dates are on here. So it's starting on the 2nd of May is when we will have the battlement stage. And then the throne room stage should probably come to a close by the first week of June. That's the plan. Yeah. I mean, the Escozi will be done way before then, and we'll have people playing them in tournaments before then, including to qualify into the battlement stage. We might be able to do 2 next year. We didn't do 2 this year because I had to move in the middle of this past calendar year, and that put a really heavy strain on a lot of things where I was like doing more shift work and whatnot. Anyway, I just couldn't commit to like finishing the Escozi by the end of the year and also running another Acropolis. It takes a lot of time. So instead we're doing a different route. But I guess we kind of need to stick to the substructure for now, but we can always pivot away from it later. I was thinking about merging with dirt. Kind of important. Right, second. How have you been, Inaz? It's been a hot minute. I've seen you around these parts. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice. Well, there's been a lot of exciting games that have been played lately. We've been eating well, eating well. Oh, actually, I don't even really know how that works. I guess it doesn't. Oh yeah, in the video casts, those are always like a good chunk of time delayed. But yeah, the new i0 core graphic looks pretty sick. I'm trying to think, did I see a video? I think there's a video out. Oh, maybe the Jack Yelansky games didn't have it. Jack versus Dog. You might see some in the TVZ tomorrow. If not, I'll make sure that a different one goes up the day after. Because it's a pretty sick graphic, so we're very happy to have it. Okay, this here. This. Yeah, right. Well, it's going to be a lot of that when it comes to the Escosi drop-in, of course, but we're all eagerly awaiting that moment. Fair enough, yeah, true. Right. Yeah, there were a lot of Zerg changes for like their tech paradigm, basically. I think it's been broadly pretty successful as a an option there, as something that has made their decision making in the early game much richer. One thing that we're seeing out of the highest level games, though, is that a lot of our non-Zerg homies are basically like rushing the Zerg down as fast as possible, which I think is always going to be an interesting tension point. Like, you're always going to see some people trying stuff like that. It does take a bit less work to do something like that than to, for example, figure out a like a complicated mid-game push or whatever. So I get it. I understand why it's like, but it is kind of funny to me. That's true, Adam. Yeah, there's basically like a bunch of things that you can do as Zerg that are very distinct in that way, and it just lets you do more exploration before you have to hit another tier. There's still a lot of incentive to go for that later tier stuff, but it's just not as ironclad always the... I guess it wasn't ever always the best decision, but it's just a little bit more nuanced now, it feels. We could definitely throw in some occasional organic terrain here, but we are definitely taking over regarding the pavement. Yeah, it's something that's only going to get spawned out of a particular unit in the end game. So, I actually don't know how useful it'll end up being, but... find out. One of the really nice things about Cosmonarchy is that it does in some ways allow you, as a designer, to have a lot of really interesting ideas, and you can probably find a good use case for implementing them. It's not just like, oh, I had this idea, but I can't really make... There's not any room here for the design for it to work. Like, even if it exists as a factional unit, that's still something for you to use as fodder for its implementation. Alright, so that's not a perfect blend. You got this hole right here, but I think it'll be enough for now. We can always throw a sprite over it if we really need to. Oh, that reminds me, I should probably process some more sprite graphics. A lot of the doodad sprites are paletted for a particular tile set instead of being something that has a different version of the palette ready for it. Sort of tile set agnostic. Maybe we actually want to have this be a transition point here. I'm not really sure if we can make it happen yet, but... open to giving it. Well, the Sovroleth has been showing up a few times because now it's a tier 2 thing. But... unless you meant Star Sovereign. But Star Sovereign is even more common. I swear it's possible to get rid of that. But if I do it that way, it doesn't work. There you go. I got rid of it. Thanks, Enos. I'll see you next time. It does kind of feel like this should be extended one extra layer. One extra tile, I should say. I think we're probably going to be done here pretty soon for this session. I can feel myself starting to rebel. I usually like to take a break when I feel that way. To some kind of natural stopping point. There does exist a blend that will line this roof cliff up with the substructure cliff. Floor cliff, if you will. I'm not terribly worried about that. I do definitely want to add some more beautification to the center tiles here, but we can work on that later. Not too big of a deal right now. Mind is willing, but the body says you. Honestly, the mind is what's telling me get the hell out of here. Oops. Oh yeah, Jujik. I added it for a campaign map that I haven't released yet. Towards the bottom here. There's a lot more blends than I thought. Maybe I can use those later. Ah, the roof to roof. Big one. Big one. No, this is a long time ago. This is 3346 on the tile index. We don't really need to have that shape preserved here. So we're going to need to... Oh, I guess maybe we do, because we got to link it up over here. I don't really know how to... I'll probably just cover this up at some point. It's not really intended to be pathable terrain anyway. Oh. I'm just now realizing something else about this, though. I know that, like, over here we're kind of intending this to jut out a little bit, so that it's a bit awkward, but this one is more than a little bit, it feels like. Well, anyway, I guess we'll see. Yeah. We can use sprites to break up the repeating pattern here as well, pretty easily. Do that later. Save that for a later date. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a promising start. You know, if we dedicate another half hour or however long it took me to do that to this upper right area, we'll be more than halfway done with the map, especially since we were talking earlier about how we might want to, like, we can turn this into the selected areas here that I've highlighted will all be, like, artificial terrain, but this could be organic, more or less what it is right now, without too much incident, because the water and the substructure don't need to meet here. I don't know, we'll probably think about something here, but we might decide to have the whole thing be done over in that way. But I think this map will be ready by the time the show match rolls around. I can't promise that it'll be well tested, of course, but I think it'll be ready. I'm hoping to thin out this area here with the cliffs that I have here, the bottomless pit. I think if I thin this out like that, it'll be more like the original. So the workers will be harryable there. And then down here we might have like a... I'm really liking the fact that mineral-only bases are becoming a bit more of a commonplace thing ever since our StarCraft 1 ports. I'm kind of thinking that the mineral-only third bases are a missing ingredient, because they do give you way more chaff without scaling up your ability to go greedy on tech as much. So I like that thought. I think we'll probably just go ahead and do that for the third base. But we might even double down on that and have this be mineral-only and this be more gas-heavy, like maybe a geyser in 2 ridges or 2 geysers in a ridge or something like that. And then have like a lower, like something like gas nodes being here and then minerals being down here and the gas nodes being the ones that are easier to harass. And then we're talking about a situation where I feel like there's something about that that's kind of interesting. So I feel like there's something that we could do with that. Well, I don't think that's true, Shambler. Protoss is undervaluing Mass Gate a lot. Well, that's not even really true. A lot of Protosses are showing how powerful Mass Gate is. I can't really say what I just said with much good confidence there. I do think that the mains might be a bit cramped on this map. It doesn't really cost that much gas. Most of the time people are making zealots. The mass chaff. I actually don't know how many people go ecclesiasts in the mid-game these days. Yeah, I think so too, Adam. Zealots seem to actually do really well versus mech because of all the splash damage. As Terran gets more phalanx heavy because of the add-on changes, Zealots become a lot more powerful and Dracodons become a little bit less so. Well, we'll see how the matchup shakes up. I can always add a gas anyway later. No, that's my water. Big ass water cloud. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I was talking about that earlier. I feel like it would be kind of cute to have like this half be the installation and the other half be something else, but I think I'm gonna stick with installation. We'll see. I could do something kind of like Bitty Bee's redo of Blackwater Bastion looked really nice, so maybe the Basilica tiles would exist for this. I can't remember though. I'm kind of limited on stuff because I need to have at least 3 height levels for whatever I'm working with. And I also need to have transition points between the tiles, so I don't really know about that. Oh. I like the idea of having a couple of different tile types on display. You want the maps to be beautiful, you know? You're gonna have to, if you're gonna show them off. Okay. We'll do some more tiling next time we work on this. But I think that's a good stopping point for us right now. I was talking with a couple of StarCraft 1 pros, as I sometimes do these days, to organize show matches. And if anybody knows the name Worst, he is interested in playing. I believe he's from Romania, if I'm not mistaken. Media. Does he have a page? I don't remember. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. We could probably also try to pull some people from like Gosu League and stuff. So. Basically, it's like a step below Pro League. A Finn named Napoleon. What a guy. Yeah. These are all names that I could definitely see myself nabbing. Trying to be like, hey guys, heard of this Cosmonarchy thing? Pretty good. All right. Okay. I think what we'll do now is we will...
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
That is a fucking crow. Thank you, Ezekiel. Appreciate you. Thanks for the follow. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to pop in to do a little bit of audio-visual work, or just audio right now, actually. Which means I have to do this. And... oh, it's a bot. Well, maybe they stay on my follower count anyway. HHH asks, hi, I want to play Huncraft Starcraft mod, but I don't know how. Can you tell me how to install the mod on my Starcraft? I'm pretty sure there's a started.net thread for this. I don't know. Look into that one, buddy. See if it works. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and kill the background music for a moment here so that I can start processing some audio and you guys can listen along. Let's see, sound. So there's a couple of units that we want to do some sound effects for. One of them would be the cestus, and another would be the actually, I had a different idea just now. I was curious about. So what I'm trying to end up doing anyway is like the end result of what I'm going after here is some cool changes to the audiovisual setup that we have. Let's do maybe something like oh, the Cathrostellar graphic is already in there, silly head. No, not the old Mortotzer core. I thought I had removed it from my brain. I can't believe you've said that, Beaver. Take it easy, Adam. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so we got ourselves a 5664. I want to say that with this sound effect, we might need to make it even a bit lower in the mix. Because this will be being played multiple times, I think. Crucible. All right, I want to say that that's actually the most recent sound that we added. Yeah, looks like it is. T, building. Had to rename the lookup there as well. Now let's go to this. $36.12. Won't be able to do it so easily for every unit out there, but it should be pretty useful. All right, and now we know that our file length is 5.664. So we can do 5.664 times 24. Or no, I think we would do divided by 5.64 divided by 24, right? No, that doesn't make sense. 135. All right, so we'll say 13. We could say 130. That's fine. Usually in my format here, we do structures after units. I'm going to do that. Not that it really matters, but just a organizational thing. All right, guys, let's take a look. Take a listen, actually. Well, if it was playing, I could barely hear it. Could mean that we screwed something up. Could mean that it's just really quiet. Sound T. Building. Stockade. Let's come back to here. CMP underscore building. Stockade. AMB-01. That's correct. Oh, I can't hear it. It's just very quiet. That's probably about as loud as it should be, though. So my only trouble here is that I'm not entirely sure if... like how we do the stop playing. Like we would do else here, and we would say... I don't know if we can do like a... I'm not sure if we can do something that's like, hey, stop playing that sound now. The conditions are no longer true. Stop all active sounds with this sound ID or whatever. I don't know if that exists. So. Oh, I see. There is a looping sound option. I wonder about that. Well, I don't actually know if we're gonna if implementing it this way is actually useful or not. So. But also, we should test if like you get like 12 of them working. Is it gonna do something silly? I think it should automatically be handled though.
Unacceptable landing zone. Unacceptable landing zone.
When you have a lot of them active, you can definitely hear it more, but I think that's kind of neat.
Jacked up and good to go. You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy? Rock and roll. Jacked up.
You're right. I didn't think about that one. That's more appropriate. All right. Yeah, I think that's kind of neat. We'll test that out. We'll see what people think of it. But pretty good. I don't actually have that much time left, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and pop off now. I gotta make a phone call and stuff, so it's gonna be a little bit. But I'm very interested in seeing how stuff like this ends up changing the feel of the game over time. I think this is a nice little investment into the audiovisual space. It's gonna be pretty nice. We are gonna be doing some more work soon. I don't know when my next casting stream will be. It really does depend on what I have to do tomorrow. But I will definitely keep you guys posted and catch you guys soon for some more action. Yeah, GG's.